Chapter 1962. Looking at the sky full of immortal slaying puppets, immortal eliminating arrows, and the immortal slaying sword formation, Shi Xingyu narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself that Yi Xian was indeed not to be trifled with. However, he was not to be trifled with either. Unicorn descend. Shi Xingyu shouted angrily as he used the unicorn quintessential energy in his body to form 3 unicorns. What shocked him was that the unicorn descend this time actually had 3 powerful unicorns. It's actually an extremely powerful wild unicorn. You're dead meat. Shi Xingyu laughed in his heart. A wild unicorn was at least equivalent to 3 Inferno Emperor Unicorn or Ice Emperor Unicorn. 3 unicorns were equivalent to 9 unicorns previously. Yi Xian also felt that these 3 unicorns were extraordinary. He immediately ordered the old tree to deal with these 3 wild unicorns first. Previously, he tested that the Million Beasts diagram was also effective on summoned creatures. However, this time, Yi Xian was not going to use it as a backup. Instead, he let Wei Zhentian transform into the mystic god battle armor and put it on his body. Then, the sword immortal clone stood in front of him. This time, it was either success or failure. Hence, he had to ensure his own safety. Kill. Both of them prepared at almost the same time. After looking at each other, a huge battle broke out. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone dealt with Shi Xingyu, while the old tree, the immortal slaying puppets, and the immortal eliminating arrows dealt with the 3 wild unicorn. As the commander, Yi Xian hid behind the sword immortal clone and kept using the slaughter seal to summon new immortal slaying puppets and immortal eliminating arrows. At the same time, he maintained the slaughter state and the immortal slaying sword formation. Occasionally, he would use the immortal slaying breath slash to attack. There were countless sacrifices in his devouring space. As long as he could hold on until the 3 wild unicorn disappeared, his chances of winning would greatly increase. Rumble. Suddenly, there were loud sounds in the air. The triple-fused Shi Xingyu was much stronger than before. When facing him, Yi Xian only dared to hide behind the sword immortal avatar. Brat, I've finally found you, yet you're hiding behind your back. Aren't you going to have a proper fight? Shi Xingyu couldn't help but mock. Fair and square. You're a 3rd-rank Saint Monarch, and I'm a 6th-rank Saint Spirit. There's a difference of 15 ranks, and you're telling me that we're fair and square? Yi Xian retorted. Humph, you have the system, but you're only a 3rd-grade Holy Spirit now. What a waste. Just hand it over to me. I'll become a peerless master in your place. Shi Xingyu snorted coldly. When Yi Xian heard this, he scolded, Why don't you hand your mother over to me? You're courting death. Shi Xingyu's expression changed, and his aura grew stronger. With the highly strengthened unicorn bloodline and immortal phoenix bloodline, Shi Xingyu's flame attacks were very powerful. As the battle continued, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. Yi Xian was wearing the mystic god armor, but he felt a little hot. He turned around and realized that the immortal slaying puppets formed by true energy were actually a little scattered. If this continues, these hundreds of immortal slaying puppets will all evaporate. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. With so many immortal slaying puppets, it was a decent battle force. If it weren't for them, the old tree would not have been able to fight the 3 untamed unicorn puppets for so long. It seemed like he had to use some tricks. Majestic Heavens, Million Beasts diagram. In the next moment, the mystic god armor transformed into the Million Beasts diagram, and instantly suppressed the 3 untamed unicorn puppets. These 3 untamed unicorn puppets were relying on their immortal phoenix bloodline to fight the old tree, the immortal slaying puppets, and the large number of celestial eliminating arrows. However, now that their strength had decreased by 70%, they were a little powerless against the attacks of the old tree and the others. Moreover, Yi Xian had risked his life to let Majestic Heaven suppress them this time. He was not just going to watch. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian and the sword celestial clone flashed behind one of the untamed unicorn puppets at the same time. Then, the two of them used the immortal slaying breath slash at the same time, and slashed the back of one of the untamed unicorn puppets. However, this untamed unicorn puppets relied on their physique to survive. They did not have any attributes. After taking the two slashes, they did not collapse. Go to hell. At this moment, the old tree suddenly roared and opened its mouth to attack him with a unicorn's burning sky flame. Boom! This time, the untamed unicorn puppets was finally killed and dissipated between heaven and earth. One of the three untamed unicorn puppets had finally been killed. Although the old tree had used his ultimate move, the unicorn's burning sky flame, it would be much easier to kill one of the unicorns. Kid, do you think you can threaten me by killing one untamed unicorn puppets? Shi Xingyu's voice rang out and fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head to look, but he did not see what new trick Shi Xingyu had up his sleeve. He only looked at him coldly. What is this guy talking about? Ignore him. Continue killing. Yi Xian transmitted his voice to the old tree and continued to attack the other untamed unicorn puppets. Soon, the second untamed unicorn puppets was also defeated. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that Shi Xingyu had not done anything until now. It was very strange. However, just as he was attacking the third untamed unicorn puppets. Unicorn transformation. Two flames suddenly erupted from Shi Xingyu's eyes. In the next moment, his figure swept into the body of the last untamed unicorn puppets like a ghost. Suddenly, the untamed unicorn puppet's aura surged, far surpassing when it was not suppressed by the myriad beasts diagram. What? Yi Xian was shocked. By the time he reacted, the untamed unicorn puppets had already stepped on the void and rushed toward him. Its speed was shockingly fast. Bam! With a loud sound, the untamed unicorn puppets collided with a person's body, but it was not Yi Xian. Thankfully, the sword immortal avatar hurriedly teleported in front of Yi Xian, blocking the strike midway. Otherwise, Shi Xingyu could have smashed Yi Xian's body into minced meat with that collision. Even so, Yi Xian was struck by the sword immortal avatar and was severely injured. The immortal phoenix bloodline in his body began to work rapidly, healing Yi Xian's injuries. However, at this moment, the savage unicorn charged forward again. Teleport. The sword immortal avatar flashed again and appeared in front of savage unicorn. But this time, the wildlands unicorn suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the sword immortal clone. Then, it rushed toward Yi Xian. Damn it! Yi Xian roared angrily and quickly put away the peerless dual swords. The sword immortal clone that had been swallowed by the savage unicorn also disappeared. However, before he could take out the peerless swords again, the wild unicorn had already charged at him again. I'll dodge. Yi Xian flashed away. Chapter 1963. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Shi Xingyu's eyes flashed as he dashed toward Yi Xian again. This can't go on. Kill. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he teleported behind his opponent. At the same time, he was no longer wielding the peerless sword, but the one-hit kill sword. Sword immortal descends. Single sword immortal ascension. Pfft. With a dull thud, Yi Xian's sword pierced the back of unicorn. However, Yi Xian was helpless as his sword did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. This was a scam. The single sword immortal ascension could only be used once a day. If it failed, it would be troublesome. Although the one-hit kill sword had the one-hit kill effect, the chances of triggering it were not very high. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered a skill that he had neglected. 1,000 cuts. Bam! 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 Before Unicorn could turn around, Yi Xian swung his sword again. The sword chi vibrated thousands of times on Unicorn's rough back, but it still did not trigger the one-hit kill effect. He made a prompt decision to leave. Immediately, Yi Xian allowed Wei Zhentian to transform into a flying sword and leave. Your attack is so weak. Shi Xingyu snorted and quickly chased after him. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he quickly teleported to avoid his opponent's attack. It seemed that he would not be able to escape today. Fortunately, he still had a clone in the mortal realm. When the time came, all he had to do was recall a few skills to revive his clone. However, he did not know what method he would have to use to ascend to the immortal realm after he was revived. No matter what, Yi Xian was at his wit's end. Soon, his teleport count reached 0. Next, he would have to bear the brunt of Shi Xingyu's attacks. Although the sword immortal clone could block a little, if it did not, then Yi Xian would be smashed into meat paste. Are you desperate? Let me send you on your way. Shi Xingyu's voice rang out from behind Yi Xian. In addition, there was also the sound of wild unicorn treading through the air. However, just as the wild unicorn was about to collide with the sword immortal clone, an aura suddenly appeared. In an instant, wild unicorn stopped. Yi Xian, who was being chased by wild unicorn, also stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, but they couldn't. In the next moment, an old man appeared before the two of them. Those of the unicorn bloodline are not allowed to kill each other. After the old man appeared, he slowly said. Then, he turned his head to look at the wilderness unicorn and flicked a finger light into the wilderness unicorn's body. Then, the wild unicorn collapsed, and Shi Xingyu reappeared in its body. Although the two of you are not members of the unicorn ancient clan, you still possess the unicorn bloodline. Now, I will give you two choices. 1. Be killed by me on the spot. 2. Enter the battlefield and kill the enemy. After the old man finished speaking, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu couldn't help but look at each other. Where did this old man come from? They didn't know whether this old man's appearance was a blessing or a curse. Senior, this battlefield is. Shi Xingyu could feel that this old man was extraordinary and couldn't help but ask. Unexpectedly, the old man glanced at him and said, "Shut up. I'll give you 3 seconds to answer." Both Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu could feel that this old man was not an ordinary person. His cultivation level was very likely at the level of a holy emperor. Not only that, they also felt the unicorn bloodline in his body. Perhaps he was the unicorn ancient clan that the old man had mentioned. I choose to enter the battlefield and kill the enemy. Yi Xian made his choice without hesitation. If the old man did not appear, he would have been doomed. Entering the battlefield might give him a chance of survival. As for Shi Xingyu, Yi Xian could not be bothered with him. He would avoid him first. Very well. The old man nodded and immediately turned to look at Shi Xingyu. Under such strong pressure, Shi Xingyu had no intention of resisting and could only nod in agreement. Very well. The old man said, the unicorn ancient clan must be united. We must not attack our own people. Let's go. The next moment, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu's bodies involuntarily flew up. I'll spare your life today. If I have the chance in the future, I'll definitely take your head. Along the way, Shi Xingyu could not help but send a voice transmission to Yi Xian. TSK, Yi Xian pursed his lips. He had heard such threats so many times that his ears were about to rot. He did not know how many times he had heard them. However, Shi Xingyu was a hidden danger. If he had the chance, he would get rid of him as soon as possible. The old man from the unicorn ancient clan brought Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu for who knew how long before finally landing in the one-line sky. My lord. A middle-aged man respectfully cupped his fists when he saw the old man from the unicorn ancient clan. These two have the bloodline of the unicorn ancient clan. Send them to the battlefield. The old man said. Yes. The middle-aged man did not say a word. He took out 2 tokens and directly sent them into Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu's bodies. Next, let me introduce the purgatory battlefield to you. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before he said, the current purgatory battlefield is divided into 2 camps. They are the Unicorn Ancient Clan and the 100 Battle Valley. Both camps are hostile to each other. Next, I will send you to one of the cities of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. The tokens that have just entered your bodies are the merit tokens. The purgatory battlefield implements the merit system. The merit tokens will condense after the death of the host. You can obtain the merit tokens of others and refine them with your blood. Merit points can be exchanged for various items in the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. I won't say much about this. However, you can only refine your enemy's merit tokens to obtain merit points. The Unicorn Ancient Clan values unity the most. If someone betrays us and attacks his own people, he will be attacked by the others. Did you hear that clearly? The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu. Then, how can we leave the purgatory battlefield? Shi Xingyu suddenly asked. Once you have a certain level of strength, you will naturally understand. The middle-aged man said as he directly threw him into the tunnel. Then, it was Yi Xian. It turned out that there was a teleportation formation in the tunnel. After Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu were thrown into it, they were teleported to another place. However, Yi Xian and Shi Xingyu were not teleported to the same place. Is this the purgatory battlefield? The holy qi is so abundant. It's much more abundant than outside. When Yi Xian landed, he sensed that he was in a teleportation palace. However, the aura of the people around him was very similar to his. They all had the bloodline of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Chapter 1964. Shi Xingyu is not here, and there are so many low-level people around. It seems like they have been separated. That's good too. Give me some time to grow. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he also felt a few powerful auras. These people with the unicorn bloodline are probably very strong. That means I won't be able to challenge those who are stronger than me. Yi Xian continued to think to himself. In any case, he had to capture someone and search their soul to understand the purgatory hell. However, at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the teleportation palace, which attracted Yi Xian's attention. When he walked out, he saw people fighting in the sky. There were corpses falling from the sky at all times. What is this place? I just landed. Why is it being attacked already? Whatever, I'll kill them first. Without hesitation, Yi Xian summoned the sword celestial clone and the old tree. After fusing with the Unicorn Ancient Tribe merit token, he could sense the presence of his enemies. Anyway, he was in the same camp as those with the Unicorn bloodline. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian put on the mystic divine armor and charged out. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone flashed behind a person and slashed out with both swords, directly killing him. Then, Yi Xian quickly put the corpse into the devouring space and went to a safe place to search his soul. As he was searching his soul in the devouring space, it was very fast. It turned out that this place was called the Wolf Kingdom, and the city lord was a 9th grade saint. However, the Wolf Kingdom was just an insignificant city in the purgatory battlefield. At this moment, the people attacking the Wolf Kingdom were from the Scorching Sun sect. There were many experts, including 2 9th grade saints. If it was before, the Wolf Kingdom would have suffered heavy losses and even been destroyed by the Scorching Sun sect. However, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the outcome would change. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Your merit points will reach the level of a domain chief. A system notification sounded. It was not an easy feat to reach the level of a lieutenant. Rank 1 Saint Monarch and below would only have 1 contribution point. But to become a lieutenant, one would have to have 1,000,000 contribution points. Fortunately, merit points would increase as one's cultivation level increased. The higher the cultivation level of the enemy killed, the more merit points would be awarded. If he wanted to reach 1,000,000 contribution points, he just had to kill 10 rank 9 saints. When I was a 1st grade saint spirit, I was able to fight against the 5th grade Saint Lord Scorching Unicorn. Now that I'm a 7th rank Holy Spirit, my battle prowess should be at the level of a Holy Emperor. Yi Xian quickly thought in his heart. That being said, the Scorching Unicorn from that day was obviously not as strong as the people around him. After all, he knew from the memory of the Scorching Sun sect disciple that the purgatory was a very cruel place. Therefore, those who could survive were not ordinary people. Let alone 10 rank 9 saints. Even if there was only one rank 9 saint monarch, Yi Xian might not have 100% confidence. The members of the unicorn ancient race are not only united, but also warlike. Their opponent is the 100 Battle Valley. They are humans with a special bloodline called the Berserker bloodline. They have the ability to go berserk, and their battle prowess is not inferior to the unicorn race. Therefore, I better take it slow. Thinking about this, Yi Xian attacked again. The Wolf Royal City's city lord was only a rank 9 saint monarch. This time, the Scorching Sun sect sent out 2 rank 9 saints to attack the Wolf Royal City. They naturally wouldn't pay attention to a saint spirit like Yi Xian. It wasn't just them, even the others wouldn't. Because even a saint monarch was like an ant in this place, let alone a trash like Yi Xian who wasn't even a saint ruler. But it was this trash like Yi Xian that caught the Scorching Sun sect off guard. Everyone, be careful. A saint spirit is wantonly killing our disciples. He is at least a high-level saint or even a holy emperor. An expert from the Scorching Sun sect yelled out. Unfortunately, just as he finished his sentence, Yi Xian had already flashed behind him. Slash. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. By the time the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already summoned a large number of immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows to turn the situation around. The Scorching Sun sect originally wanted to end the battle quickly, but now it seemed that it wouldn't be so easy. As the unicorn ancient race's side were mostly Zooists, Yi Xian couldn't use the myriad beasts diagram to suppress them. But this didn't matter. After all, no one present had the strength to stop Yi Xian. The 2 rank 9 saints had already rushed to the city lord's mansion. Soon, the experts from the Scorching Sun sect on this side were killed by Yi Xian and quickly retreated. What? An expert appeared at the east gate? He is at least a rank 9 saint monarch, and most likely a holy emperor. The 2 rank 9 saints from the Scorching Sun sect received the news. However, they had already killed their way to the city lord's mansion. How could they give up just because of this news? Kill. Immediately, the 2 of them charged into the city lord's mansion. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom was the descendant of the unicorn and the wolf-type sacred beast. His battle strength wasn't weak either, but the 2 rank 9 saints from the Scorching Sun sect had already comprehended the berserk transformation. Once the berserk transformation was activated, the 2's strength skyrocketed. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom was no match for them and was killed in the end. The city lord of the Wolf Kingdom is dead. Let's go to the South City. The 2 rank 9 saints looked at each other and rushed to the south. Previously, Yi Xian had repelled the Scorching Sun sect's experts from the East City and then rushed to the South City to start a massacre. At this moment, he turned his head and looked to the north. He felt 2 different auras. Kid, tell us your name. One of the Scorching Sun sect's experts couldn't help but ask. Damn you. Yi Xian didn't say anything and immediately attacked. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian and the sword celestial clone appeared behind each other and slashed out. Pfft. 2 slashes of the immortal slaying breath sliced a rank 9 saint lord from the Scorching Sun sect into 3 pieces. Instant kill. Although a rank 9 saint lord in the purgatory battlefield was comparable to a saint emperor expert outside, Yi Xian's strength was much greater than that of a saint emperor expert. However, Yi Xian's strength had already surpassed ordinary saint emperors by quite a bit. In his eyes, there wasn't much of a difference between a 9th rank saint lord and a 1st rank saint emperor. Seeing this, the other person was so scared that he wet his pants and prepared to escape. Unfortunately, Yi Xian and the sword celestial clone had already appeared behind him. With a slash of the unparalleled sword, he was also sliced into pieces. The 2 elders of the Scorching Sun sect are dead. Run. The 2 elders are rank 9 saints. How is it possible that they were killed by a saint spirit? The other party must be a saint emperor expert and is just pretending to be a saint spirit. Run. It will be too late if we don't leave now. Immediately, the people from the 100 Battles Valley all retreated. Chapter 1965. Countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows began to chase after the people of 100 Battle Valley. At the same time, the people of Wolf Kingdom secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The city lord of Wolf Kingdom was dead, and they thought that they would be buried with him. They did not expect an expert to suddenly appear and save the city. That holy emperor disguised himself as a holy spirit and caught the scorching sun sect off guard. I wonder who he is. His back is so handsome, and he can control so many identical puppets. Is there such a bloodline in the Unicorn Ancient Clan? I'm not sure, but he does have the unicorn bloodline. Anyway, he's one of us. The people of Wolf Kingdom were very grateful to Yi Xian. At the same time, Yi Xian had already killed the scorching sun sect's experts and retreated. TSK, TSK, TSK. 2 9th level saints worth 200,000 merit points. Together with the others, I've obtained 300,000 merit points this time. I'm already a 9-star captain. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he turned to look at Wolf Kingdom. He did not need anything now, only merit points. The best way to obtain a large amount of merit points was to kill enemies. Wolf Kingdom is located at the border between the Unicorn Ancient Clan and 100 Battle Valley. As long as I cross the border and kill my way to 100 Battle Valley, I won't have to worry about not having enough merit points. Yi Xian thought to himself as he rushed to the west, which was the direction the scorching sun sect's experts had retreated to. At the same time, it was also the territory of 100 Battle Valley. However, Shi Xingyu was also sent to the Purgatory battlefield, so he had to be careful. He wanted to complete the random mission before he met Shi Xingyu. That way, he would be rewarded and increase his strength. Soon, Yi Xian entered the territory of 100 Battle Valley, and the direction he was heading to was the Scorching Sun sect. The Scorching Sun sect is a small force at the border of 100 Battle Valley, and they have holy emperors. Just as Yi Xian thought to himself, he saw a pillar of flame piercing through the clouds. That must be the Scorching Sun sect. Almost everyone in 100 Battle Valley had the bloodline of Berserker, but not many could use Berserk. The Scorching Sun sect used high temperatures to stimulate the blood in their bodies so that their disciples could master the Berserk state. The 2 9th grade saints from before had already used up their Berserk state, which was why they were killed by Yi Xian. A large amount of merit points, here I come. As Yi Xian spoke, he jumped down from the flying sword Wei Zhentian and summoned countless immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows to attack the Scorching Sun sect. That Shi Xingyu had also been sent to the Purgatory battlefield. No one knew when he would appear, so Yi Xian had to make the best use of his time to increase his strength. If he could annihilate the Scorching Sun sect, then he would have earned enough merit points. A sacred spirit is approaching. A disciple guarding outside the Scorching Sun sect sent a message to his superiors. What? The upper echelons of the Scorching Sun sect were shocked when they learned of this. They had just received news that the attack on the Wolf Kingdom had failed because of a Saint King disguised as a Saint Spirit. When the Scorching Sun sect leader heard about this, he immediately gathered all the experts and went to meet him. Soon, he met up with Yi Xian. However, the current Yi Xian was only a sword celestial doppelganger. Even with my cultivation level, I can't see through him. The Scorching Sun sect leader swallowed his saliva as he thought to himself. He was already a first-grade Saint King, but he still couldn't see through the sword celestial doppelganger's cultivation level. He should be a second-grade Saint King. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him. The Scorching Sun sect leader roared as he charged toward Yi Xian. With the Berserker bloodline, unless the difference in strength was too great, they wouldn't choose to run away. The experts of the Scorching Sun sect were all mobilized, so they might be able to defeat their opponent. However, the Yi Xian in front of them was only a sword celestial doppelganger. Death Hunt Order. Eye of Assassination. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. The sword celestial doppelganger immediately marked a person and charged into the crowd. Behind him, the immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows also swept out. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge battle broke out outside the Scorching Sun sect. Although the sword celestial doppelganger was weak, he was invincible. No matter how strong the attacks were, he wouldn't be injured. Even his clothes wouldn't be damaged. As for Yi Xian himself, he had already entered the Scorching Sun sect from the back. Kill. Sect leader, this is bad. Another person has charged into our sect. While the group was fighting the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, the Scorching Sun sect leader suddenly received a message. What? He was shocked. It turned out that the other party didn't come alone. He had helpers. No. The sage-like person in front of him with extremely strong defense should only be a puppet. His original body had charged back. Immediately, the Scorching Sun sect leader led a group of people and charged back to the Scorching Sun sect. Only 3 9th grade Saint Lords and a dozen 8th grade Saint Lords were left to deal with the Sword Celestial Doppelganger. However, just as the Scorching Sun sect leader was about to leave, the Sword Celestial Doppelganger suddenly summoned the old tree. Unicorn Sky Incinerating Flames. While everyone was flabbergasted, Elder Shu had already used his ultimate move to kill a 9th stage Saint Monarch, along with a few 8th stage Saint Monarchs. After that, Elder Shu turned his mouth and spat at the other two. Not good. The other two people's expressions changed drastically as they quickly retreated. However, the Sword Celestial Doppelganger had already flashed behind them and swiftly slashed out a few times. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Once the Scorching Sun sect leader left, the remaining people were no longer a threat. They were quickly dealt with by the Sword Celestial Doppelganger and the old tree. At the same time, inside the Scorching Flame sect, Yi Xian turned his head and looked into the distance. When he saw the scarlet kill word approaching, he immediately put on the flowing light invisibility cloak and fled. This time, the plan of luring the enemy away was very successful. He had obtained more than 400,000 merit points. As long as he killed the Scorching Sun sect leader, he would definitely be able to complete the random mission. However, the Scorching Sun sect leader was a first-grade Holy Emperor. If he went berserk, his combat power would be very strong. Without the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, it was still very dangerous for Yi Xian to fight him alone. After all, he could not use the Eye of the Void, Doppelganger Swap, or Time Reversal. Bastard, where is he? The Scorching Sun sect leader could not help but roar. Soon, the Sword Celestial Doppelganger led a large group of people over. Yi Xian then removed the flowing light invisibility cloak and put on the Mystic Divine Armor. Together with the Sword Celestial Doppelganger, he flashed behind a 9th grade Saint Lord. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. The two of them attacked almost at the same time and instantly killed a 9th grade Saint Lord. At this moment, there was only one 9th grade Saint Lord left in the Scorching Sun sect. Furthermore, Yi Xian's merit points had soared to 800,000. With another 200,000, he would be able to complete the random mission. Courting Death. Chapter 1966. Those with the Berserker bloodline would be weakened every time they used the Berserker bloodline. Hence, he had to kill Yi Xian before that happened. Unfortunately, even though he couldn't use the Doppelganger Swap or the Eye of the Void, he could still use the Death Hunting Order and instant movement. How could it be easy to catch Yi Xian, who was as slippery as a loach? Death Hunting Order. Eye of Assassination. At this moment, Yi Xian cooperated with the Sword Celestial Avatar and killed another person. His merit points had reached 900,000. Even though the Scorching Sun sect didn't have any more level 9 saints, he could still complete the mission if he killed a few more level 8 saints. After a while. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Wei Zhentian's Treasure Form Fusion System. Ding. Host has one chance to fuse the Treasure Form Fusion System. 2 system notifications rang out. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was a new system. He immediately checked the Wei Zhentian's Treasure Form Fusion System. However, the results were out of his expectations. It turned out that not all treasures could be fused. It required 2 or more specific treasures. Most importantly, only treasures that were fixed in place could be fused. Ding. The mystic god armor and the flowing light invisibility cloak are fusing. Ding! Fusion. Hearing this, Yi Xian checked again and realized that the result of the fusion was called the flowing light armor. Even though the fusion was chosen by the system, the flowing light armor combined the characteristics of the mystic god armor and the flowing light invisibility cloak. Not only could it improve one's physique, but it also had a strong defense and could be invisible. Its effect was much better than the mystic god armor and the flowing light invisibility cloak. Huh, this is good stuff. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he immediately put on the flowing light armor. In the next moment, his figure disappeared. Old man, turn it into my merit points. After yelling in his heart, Yi Xian used the Eye of Assassination again. Together with the sword celestial avatar, they appeared behind the Scorching Sun sect leader. Bang! The Scorching Sun sect leader only felt the sword celestial avatar's aura and immediately turned around to counterattack. However, at the moment he let the sword immortal clone attack, another attack came from another direction. Bang! The immortal slayer hit the Scorching Sun sect leader. How is that possible? The Scorching Sun sect leader, he sensed the sword celestial avatar. He sensed the sword celestial avatar. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Formation. Could kill Yi's leader? Could it? That was could. Very quickly, the Scorching Sun sect master was killed by them. The merit token in his body was refined by Yi Xian, increasing his merit points by 300,000. Could absorb could. Could absorb was. Could. Was could. But all in all, Yi Xian had encountered a huge opportunity this time. The mystic god battle armor and the flowing light invisibility cloak merged with the flowing light battle armor. This greatly increased Yi Xian's survivability. In addition, this flowing light battle armor was very deceptive when used in battle. Unless the opponent's perception was very strong, it would be very difficult to discover. Of course, this fusion was a reward for unlocking a new system. If Yi Xian wanted to fuse again, he would need 1 devour point. Previously, he had fixed a total of 5 Dharma treasures: the soul-absorbing bell, the necromancer kettle, the portrait of 10,000 beasts, the mystic divine battle armor, and the flowing light invisibility cloak. The flowing light battle armor and the flowing light invisibility cloak had already fused, so there were only 3 magic treasures left. Amongst these 3 magic treasures, the soul-absorbing bell and the myriad beasts diagram could be fused, but since they weren't of use right now, Yi Xian didn't choose to consume the last devour point. The mission is complete. Next, I'll return to the Unicorn Ancient Clan's territory. I'll exchange these merit points and find something for Ribgu that can nurture a dragon fetus. It would be best if I could find a suitable dragon corpse to revive Ribgu. That way, my strength will increase. Yi Xian thought to himself. He took the flying sword and flew back to the Unicorn Ancient Clan's territory. However, when the Wolf King city was attacked and the Wolf King city's lord died in battle, the Wolf King city was already empty. As a result, Yi Xian was currently heading towards a city that was even larger than the Wolf King city. A few days later. Ding! Host has broken through to 8th grade Divine Spirit. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn, Weizhentian, and Heaven-breaking 8th God have broken through to 3rd grade Divine King. When Yi Xian was brought to the Purgatory, he had broken through to 7th grade Divine Spirit. After a few days of traveling, he finally broke through to 8th grade Divine Spirit. However, not to mention Divine Spirits, even Holy Rulers and Holy Lords were at the bottom of the list. Even if someone from the enemy camp brushed past Yi Xian, they would not attack Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian arrived at his destination, he did not know that everyone knew about him. So many people are following me. Could it be that the news of me helping the Wolf Kingdom escape a few days ago has spread? Yi Xian was a little surprised and did not pay attention to it. Next, he was going to exchange all his merit points for good stuff before deciding what to do next. However, when he was halfway there, he was suddenly stopped by a group of city guards. This group of city guards was made up of at least 8th grade great saints. The leader was even a 9th grade great saint. He took out a sheepskin scroll and read it. His eyes lit up. It is indeed the target. Capture him. The leader nodded and said. What? Yi Xian was puzzled when he heard that. It was his first time here. Why did the city guards want to capture him? However, he was not to be trifled with. Since they wanted to harm him, he would not show mercy. If I want to find out why they want to capture me, I have to capture one person. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he quickly flashed behind the leader. Then, he stabbed out with his sword and directly killed the leader. As for the rest, they were no match for him and were killed one after another. Then, Yi Xian quickly asked Wei Zhentian to search their souls. What is going on? Why did the unicorn ancient tribe issue a warrant for my arrest? Yi Xian did not know what was going on. The leader of the city guards was only following orders. If he wanted to find out what was going on, he would have to kill his way to the city lord mansion. The unicorn ancient tribe hates internal strife the most. Now that I have resisted, even if I am not wanted, they will not tolerate me. Since that is the case, I will rebel. Yi Xian widened his eyes and charged toward the city lord mansion. Chapter 1967. News of the death of that group of city guards quickly spread. Hence, a large number of city guards were searching for Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not need to use the flowing light armor to avoid their pursuit. Instead, he killed everyone he saw. After killing 3 groups of city guards, Yi Xian finally arrived in front of the city lord mansion. He is the person wanted by the higher-ups. Capture him. The guards outside the city lord mansion immediately recognized Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian had no choice but to start a massacre again. Today is the day your city lord mansion will be destroyed. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he went all out. Immortal slaying puppet. Immortal slashing arrow. Immortal slaying sword formation. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone used their trump cards and attacked indiscriminately. A loud rumble sounded outside the city lord mansion. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the sage emperors inside. City lord, someone sent a message saying that they saw Yi Xian on the wanted poster. The city lord immediately rushed out when he heard this. The reward for this wanted mission was very high. It was passed down from his higher-ups. If he could capture Yi Xian alive, the reward would be enough for him to break through several times. However, Yi Xian was not so easy to capture. When Yi Xian sensed the auras of the sage emperors, he put on the flowing light armor and hid, leaving only the sword immortal clone. Soon, the sage emperors appeared. Leave no one alive. Kill. Killing intent flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Since he had already started, he might as well go all out. Since he had already made his move, he might as well make it big. Death warrant. Sword immortal descends. Eye of assassination. Single sword immortal ascension. Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone used the single sword immortal ascension at the same time and attacked the city lord. The 4 sage emperors, including the city lord, quickly blocked the attack of the sword immortal clone. Unfortunately, they did not notice Yi Xian, who was wearing the flowing light armor. Puchi. With a series of crisp sounds, Yi Xian's peerless swords pierced through the city lord's heart. What? The other 3 first-rank saint emperors were stunned. By the time they reacted, they could only see that the city lord's back was bright red and his vitality was quickly fading away. A second-rank holy emperor had fallen. If even he had died, then these 3 first-rank holy emperors would naturally not be able to stop Yi Xian. They were easily killed. The ridiculous thing is that even though they are all unicorn Zooists, they don't even have time to transform into their true forms before the battle is over. Black Horn, take the entire city for me. Yi Xian quickly released Black Horn and said. Since the unicorn ancient clan wanted to capture him, he naturally had to play a bigger game. At this moment, Yi Xian doesn't perform a soul search immediately. Instead, he starts to throw people with unicorn blood or zooists into his devouring space one by one. Some people appeared in the devouring space without knowing what was going on. Soon, the city disappeared from the purgatory battlefield. Not many people managed to escape safely. Then, Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian to perform a soul search. Even the city lord doesn't know. Like the other cities, he only received an arrest warrant. However, this arrest warrant was issued directly from the Unicorn Ancient Clan. The reward is very generous. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He wasn't a member of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. It was just a coincidence that he was caught by that old man. Then, who wanted to capture him? At this point in time, there was only one person who had a grudge against him, and that was Shi Xingyu. It must be that guy. He must have hooked up with the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Yi Xian immediately understood. Apart from Shi Xingyu, who else wanted to capture him? This guy didn't come himself. He must have started to cultivate in seclusion after hooking up with the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Yi Xian's expression turned serious as he thought about it. The Unicorn Ancient Clan was a colossus and would definitely give Shi Xingyu a large amount of treasures. After all, the unicorn bloodline in Shi Xingyu's body was much stronger than his. In any case, this was going to be difficult. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed a powerful aura. He turned his head and saw a fiery light coming from the horizon. So powerful. He's at least a third-rank holy emperor. Maybe even stronger. Yi Xian was shocked. He hurriedly summoned Wei Zhentian, put on the flowing light battle armor, and hid himself. He disappeared. The fiery light quickly arrived above the ruins. It was a young man in red armor. He sensed for a moment but couldn't sense Yi Xian's aura. He must have set up some kind of concealment array. Watch me force you out. The young man in red armor's eyes flashed and he transformed. As he transformed into the flaming unicorn body, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. The ground started to burn and turned into a sea of fire in an instant. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had put on the light stream armor, didn't leave. This was because the young man in red armor was too fast. He arrived in the blink of an eye. Such high temperature. Even if I have the immortal unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline, I feel like I'm going to faint. Yi Xian frowned. Don't forget, he was still wearing the light stream armor. Sweat flowed out continuously and then quickly evaporated. The high temperature made Yi Xian feel dizzy and feverish. Sword Celestial Clone, lure him away. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly summoned the Sword Celestial Clone. The moment the Sword Celestial Clone appeared, he immediately used the Eye of Assassination and flashed behind the young man in red armor. He finally appeared. The young man in red armor's eyes lit up. He turned around and grabbed the unparalleled sword. Then, he used his other hand to pinch the Sword Celestial Clone. Teleport. The Sword Celestial Clone flashed away and appeared in the horizon. Trying to escape. The young man in red armor quickly gave chase. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian also quietly left the sea of fire. After searching through his memories, Yi Xian could deduce that the young man in red armor should be a unicorn soldier from the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. The Unicorn Army was made up of the elites of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Only the experts of the 100 Battle Group from the 100 Battle Valley could compare to them. Fortunately, the Sword Celestial Clone had attracted the attention of the other party, so Yi Xian was able to escape. I didn't expect that even the Unicorn Army would be mobilized. They really didn't give me a way out. In this case, I can only enter the 100 Battle Valley to survive. Yi Xian thought to himself with a gloomy expression. This time, it was fortunate that he only encountered an elite of the Unicorn Army. If Shi Xingyu had sent out a high-level Sage Emperor, he would not have been able to escape the fate of being captured even with the light stream armor. However, just as the Sword Celestial Clone lured the young man in red armor away. That's right, the higher-ups said that the kid has an undying clone. Could it be this? The young man in red armor suddenly thought of this. While he was chasing the Sword Celestial Clone, he had already tried to capture it, but had failed repeatedly. Chapter 1968. Damn it. The red-armored youth stopped in his tracks and quickly turned around to leave. Yi Xian saw this through the eyes of the sword immortal avatar. He knew that the youth had come to his senses, so he quickly put away the peerless sword. However, the youth was very fast and caught up with him in a short while. However, Yi Xian was wearing the flowing light armor, so the youth could not capture his whereabouts and could only wander around nearby. It's good that he can't find me. Once I reach the 100 Battle Valley, the threat will be much smaller. Yi Xian thought to himself. A unicorn army expert entering the 100 Battle Valley would naturally attract the attention of the 100 Battle Valley experts. When the time came, he would be able to survive. However, things were not that easy. After the red-armored youth's fruitless search, he notified 2 other nearby unicorn army experts. The 3 of them searched for Yi Xian together. It would be fine if it was only one person, but if the 3 of them searched together, Yi Xian would be in a lot of danger. Something strange over there? At this time, the red-armored youth suddenly found something strange near the border and went to check it out. With a single glance, he found a clue. Sword Immortal descends. Sword Immortal Ascension. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately used the Eye of Assassination to flash behind the red-armored youth. Kacha! The long sword stabbed the red-armored youth's armor but did not break it. This was the unicorn army's armor. How could Yi Xian break it so easily? Seeing that the assassination failed, Yi Xian quickly switched to the peerless sword and summoned the sword immortal avatar while his true body quickly retreated. Good boy, after searching for a few days, I finally found you. The red-armored youth's eyes widened. For the past few days, he had followed a trace of sacred power. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find Yi Xian. Now, he had finally shown himself. However, before he made a move, a large number of immortal slaying puppets and immortal extinguishing arrows appeared to conceal Yi Xian's aura. How dare you show off your petty tricks in front of me? The red-armored youth shouted angrily and immediately transformed into his true form. Damn it, my luck is really bad. I'll be able to break through soon. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. As long as he could break through, his battle prowess would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, he might even be able to fight this red-armored youth. However, the red-armored youth had now transformed into his true form, which was exactly what he wanted. After thinking quickly for a moment, Yi Xian decided to fuse the forms of the artifacts. Ding! Host, are you sure you want to fuse the soul-absorbing bell with the myriad beasts diagram? Yes. Yi Xian replied in his mind. He just so happened to have some devour points left, so he fused the 2 Dharma treasure forms together. Ding! Fusion of powers. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian immediately checked it. The fusion of the soul-absorbing bell and the myriad beasts diagram was called the Beast God Clock. The Beast God Clock had all the abilities of the soul-sucking bell, and it increased the suppression power of the myriad beasts diagram by 10% to 80%. In addition, it can also increase the chances of controlling Zooists, holy beasts, and the like who have transformed into their true forms. Not only that, but it can also increase the fighting strength of Yi Xian's own creatures. It really has a lot of effects. Beast God Clock, appear. Yi Xian immediately transformed Megatron into his newest magic treasure. A quaint myriad beasts clock appeared in the air, suppressing the red-armored youth's flaming unicorn to 80% of its fighting strength in an instant. Wang! All of a sudden, a faint sound of a clock rang out, falling into the ears of the flaming unicorn. A soul attack? The red-armored youth was shocked. His strength had been reduced for some reason, otherwise, this kind of attack would not have been able to hurt him. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent was distracted, Yi Xian quickly joined forces with the Sword Immortal clone and launched the Immortal Slaughtering Breath Slash. Swish! Swish! 2 Immortal Slaughtering Breath Slashes pierced through the air and landed on the flaming unicorn, immediately splitting it into 3 parts. Insta-kill. Don't forget, Yi Xian's immortal unicorn bloodline and divine beast trainer bloodline, as well as his title, increased his damage to beasts by several times. However, this was also out of Yi Xian's expectations, because he felt that the red-armored youth would not be so easy to deal with. At once, Yi Xian quickly put away the corpse. However, the commotion attracted the attention of the other two elites from the Qilin army. Not good, the two of them are coming. Yi Xian's expression changed greatly. Although he had the beast god clock, if the two of them did not transform into their true forms, he would not be able to fight them. Coincidentally, a good magic treasure appeared in today's magic treasure selection with Megatron. This magic treasure was called the Mask of Truth and Illusion. It had appeared before, but at that time, it was useless against Yi Xian, so he ignored it. This Mask of Truth and Illusion could allow Yi Xian to transform into the red-armored youth, and even increase his cultivation level to the same level as the red-armored youth, as well as his aura. However, it was only a high level of disguise. If Yi Xian were to attack, he would be exposed immediately. Moreover, the Mask of Truth and Illusion needed the corpse of the person whose appearance was disguised. As long as 60% of the corpse was absorbed, the disguise could begin. The higher the amount, the more similar it would be. Yi Xian quickly asked Megatron to search the youth's soul, then used the Mask of Truth and Illusion to absorb the red-armored youth's corpse. Then, Yi Xian transformed into the red-armored youth. Whether it was his face, figure, cultivation level, or aura, they were all identical. After all, the corpse was not damaged, only cut into 3 parts, so the absorption rate was close to 100%. Hua Qing, what's the situation here? After a while, the other red-armored youth rushed over and asked Yi Xian. It's nothing. It's just a holy beast that doesn't have eyes. Let's continue searching. Yi Xian shook his head and said. Alright, let us know immediately if you find anything. The other person said as he turned around and muttered, this is strange. We've been chasing after that person's saint power. Why can't we find anything? Looking at his back as he left, Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. Fortunately, the heavens were protecting him this time, and the magic treasure, the Mask of Truth and Illusion, appeared. However, Yi Xian no longer had any absorption points, so he could not fix the Mask of Truth and Illusion. By tomorrow, the forms of Megatron's magic treasures would be refreshed, except for a few that were fixed. The Mask of Truth and Illusion would be the same. Of course, after tomorrow, as long as Megatron did not transform into anything else, the Mask of Truth and Illusion would remain. This Mask of Truth and Illusion is only a high-level disguise. If I attack, I'll be exposed immediately, so it's best if I don't come into contact with these two people. Yi Xian thought to himself, then moved quickly. This time, he wanted to enter the Valley of 100 Battles and separate from these two people. Chapter 1969. Ding. Host has triggered a random quest. Kill Lu Fu and Xiang Huahui. Reward, Mask of the True and False Mask. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. 52013149226. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Lu Fu and Xiang Huahui were the other two people who were hunting him down. As long as I kill the other two, the Mask of the True and False Mask can be fixed. This is great. Yi Xian quickly thought for a moment and made a decision. However, this random quest would be completed tomorrow. Yi Xian had already used Sword Deity's Descent and Single Sword Ascension today. However, in a few hours, they would be refreshed and he would have a breakthrough. At that time, it would be the death of these two people. Time passed quietly. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently a 9th grade sacred spirit. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Weizhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Currently a 4th grade sacred king. The system notification sounded again. Now, Yi Xian had the strength to kill the two people. Even if they did not transform into their original forms, he would still kill them. If they transformed into their original forms, it would be like setting fire to them. Xiang Huahui, come quickly. I found him. Yi Xian immediately sent a message to the other person. After the other person received the message, he quickly rushed to him. After a while, Xiang Huahui rushed over and saw Yi Xian holding the sword deity's clone. Not bad. This time, we have done a great job. There is hope for a promotion. Xiang Huahui laughed loudly. When Yi Xian sent him a message, he did not tell Lu Fu. The reason was that he did not have the ability to capture the target alone. Therefore, Xiang Huahui did not suspect anything and came alone. However, just as Xiang Huahui was laughing and letting down his guard. Eye of assassination. Yi Xian and the sword deity's clones suddenly attacked together and flashed behind each other. Sword deity's descent. Single sword ascension. Kacha. Kacha. Last time, Yi Xian used single sword ascension but could not break through the red battle armor. This time, his level increased and he successfully broke through the armor and pierced through Xiang Huahui's heart. As for the sword deity's unparalleled sword, it pierced through Xiang Huahui's head. Die. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increased. When the system notification sounded out, Yi Xian quickly put away Xiang Huahui's corpse. Now, there was only one left. Next, Yi Xian used the same method to send a sound transmission to Lu Ju. Not long after, Lu Fu also arrived, and then Yi Xian directly made his move. But this time, Yi deity's single sword deity's sword. Amidst two crisp sounds, Lu Fu, who had just arrived, was directly sent flying by the two swords of Yi Xian and the sword immortal puppet. Huaqing, what are you doing? Lu Ju was shocked, but in the next moment, he saw Huaqing's face begin to change. God, him. Tisk, it's too late. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He put on the flowing light armor and charged at Lu Fu. You're courting death. Lu Fu reacted and turned into his original form. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's figure appeared once again. This was because the flowing light battle armor had changed once again, turning into a gigantic beast god bell. Lu Fu's original form was an ice unicorn. However, after being affected by the beast god bell, his combat power dropped by 80%. Therefore, he was easily killed by Yi Xian. Ding. Host has completed the random mission. By the time the system notification rang out, the mask of truth and illusion had already been fixed. From now on, Yi Xian could use it at any time. It's finally over. Yi Xian sighed and put away Lu Fu's body. With the real mask, he did not have to worry about being wanted. However, if Shi Xingyu came personally, he would be found no matter how well he hid. Therefore, he could not stay in the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's territory for long. Under such circumstances, the Battle Valley would be safer. Yi Xian stepped on Wei Zhentian's flying sword and stepped into the Battle Valley's territory. However, just as he stepped into the Battle Valley's territory, several communication tokens in the devouring space lit up. There's a Tyrannosaurus Rex under Atlas Peak? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Atlas Peak was one of the forces under the Battle Valley. A Unicorn Army team had gone to destroy it. During the battle, the Unicorn Army team accidentally released the seal and released a Tyrannosaurus Rex. At this moment, the Unicorn Army team was fighting the Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, they were not strong enough and asked for backup. This communication token can only be seen by those in the vicinity. That means that the towering sky peak is nearby. Yi Xian thought to himself. He quickly checked the map and found that it was not far from here. It would take at least half a day. However, this was based on the flying sword's speed. If he used the flowing light armor, it would be much slower. Don't forget that he was in the Battle Valley. If he did not wear the flowing light armor, it would be a tragedy if he encountered a high-level Holy Emperor. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is a high-grade heavenly dragon bloodline. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had obtained so many treasures before and had nurtured Ribgu's dragon fetus to its limit. He only needed to find a suitable dragon corpse to revive Ribgu. However, there were not many suitable dragon corpses. After all, Yi Xian did not want those with low-grade bloodlines. If he wanted to find one, he would find a high-grade one. When the time came, Rib Gu would mutate and become very powerful after being revived. I want this Tyrannosaurus Rex corpse. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately stepped on his flying sword and began his journey. Fortunately, this area was not high-grade. Yi Xian only met a third-rank Holy Emperor along the way. He had already killed 3 elites from the Unicorn Army, let alone these ordinary third-rank Holy Emperors. Half a day later, he finally arrived at the towering sky peak. Another brother is here. Before Yi Xian could get close, someone came up to him. It was a 4th-rank Holy Emperor from the Unicorn Army elite. Yi Xian did not recognize this person even though he had searched through the memories of the 3 people. After all, there were so many people in the Unicorn Army. He did not necessarily know all of them. Brother, I am Wang Ming, a commander in the Unicorn Army. I was the one who sent the message, said the 4th-rank Holy Emperor. Hua Qing greets the Lord Commander. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fist. Before arriving, Yi Xian had already used Wei Zhentian to disguise himself. Therefore, Yi Xian was now Hua Qing. Now, we have 2 4th-rank Holy Emperors, including me, and 7 3rd-rank Holy Emperors. Including you, that makes 8. As for that Tyrannosaurus Rex, although it has been sealed for so long, it is still a 5th-rank Holy Emperor. If we can take it down this time, we will definitely reward you, said Wang Ming. Chapter 1970. Alright, you go and rest first. As long as a few more people come, we'll take action. Wang Ming said. 520131492 inch yes. Yi Xian responded and walked to the side. He did not want to have too much contact with the others. After all, he was afraid that if he met someone he knew, he would be exposed. Then, he waited. In the next half a day, 2 more 3rd-rank Holy Emperors and a 4th-rank Holy Emperor came. As a result, there were 3 4th-rank Holy Emperors and 10 3rd-rank Holy Emperors. The Unicorn Army only accepted elites. This group of people was enough to fight against several 5th-rank Holy Emperors. However, this Tyrannosaurus was not like other holy beasts. It had a high-grade bloodline, so it was better to be safe. Wang Ming looked around and said, everyone, almost everyone is here. Let's get ready to take action in case the 100 battle team comes. Hearing this, everyone quickly gathered. Then, they rubbed their fists and got ready. That Tyrannosaurus is actually not completely out of the seal, so try not to attack the formation to prevent it from escaping. Wang Ming reminded them. They were not fools, so they all expressed that they understood. Then, they rushed toward the towering sky peak. The Tyrannosaurus was under the towering sky peak. Only half of its body was exposed, and it was roaring continuously. While waiting for the others, Yi Xian also sneaked a glance. It was a black Tyrannosaurus covered in tough dragon scales. The Tyrannosaurus was known for its physique, but its defense was even stronger. That was why Wang Ming called so many people over. If possible, he hoped that more people would come. However, after they destroyed the towering sky peak, the 100 Battle Valley would definitely know about it, so they had to deal with this Tyrannosaurus before the experts of the 100 Battle Valley arrived. This Tyrannosaurus's defense is extremely strong. Act according to the plan. Wang Ming shouted and transformed into his original form. The other 2 4th-rank Holy Emperors did the same. The 3 of them were Flame Unicorn. As for the other 9 3rd-rank Saint Emperors, there were Flame Unicorn, Ice Unicorn, Thunder Unicorn, and other bloodlines. Wang Ming's plan was to have the Ice Unicorn and the Fire Unicorn work together to melt the Tyrannosaurus's scales and damage it. As for the others, they did not need to transform into their true forms because there was no need to do so. Furthermore, some of them only had the Unicorn bloodline. After the battle began, Yi Xian deliberately took a detour to a secluded area to attack. Although he had the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline in his body, he was not the real deal. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the Tyrannosaurus. No one cared about Yi Xian. Although the beast god clock is useful, but if I take it out now, it won't only suppress this Tyrannosaurus, but also others. Yi Xian thought to himself. Therefore, he decided to save this trump card for later use. As long as the Tyrannosaurus died, the beast god clock would immediately appear and suppress others. As for Yi Xian, he would collect the Tyrannosaurus's corpse and escape. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus's lower body was still sealed. Therefore, it could only roar and spit dragon breath at others from time to time. Previously, Wang Ming had led his men to fight against the Tyrannosaurus. However, they did not have enough people and could not break through its defense. Now, they had more people and stronger attacks. Killing the Tyrannosaurus was only a matter of time. Of course, this was under the condition that the enemy had not arrived. Yi Xian prayed in his heart, hoping that no one would come. After all, he was in other people's territory. Huff, huff, huff. Boom. The sound was deafening. In fact, many people heard the sound, but they knew that the towering sky peak was destroyed. Therefore, they did not dare to come over. The unicorn army's experts attacked together, continuously burning the Tyrannosaurus's tough dragon scales. Soon, there was an effect. Under the combination of ice and fire, the Tyrannosaurus's scales became very brittle and were shattered. Once the dragon's scales were shattered, the Tyrannosaurus's body would be injured. I have the immortal unicorn bloodline and the imperial beast envoy bloodline in me. Also, I have that title. My attacks are not weak against beasts. My attacks are no weaker than those three. Yi Xian attacked while sizing up the others. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. When the time came, it would be easier to deal with them. The long sword in his hand was a one-hit kill. Perhaps when he attacked the Tyrannosaurus, he would suddenly trigger the one-hit kill effect? If that was the case, it would save a lot of time. However, there was a large gap between him and the Tyrannosaurus. If he did not use the single sword Immortal Ascension, the chances of triggering it were pitifully low. However, the single sword Immortal Ascension could only be triggered once. Now that he was attacking continuously, he might actually be able to trigger it. Roar. At this time, the Tyrannosaurus's mouth suddenly turned and moved toward Yi Xian. F***CK. Yi Xian jumped in fright and hurriedly dodged. Then, a black dragon's breath erupted. Even Yi Xian, who was wearing the light stream armor, did not dare to take that attack head-on. Even if that attack had landed on Wang Ming's body, it might have killed him. That aura could only be described as terrifying. Soon, the Tyrannosaurus began to weaken. Black blood kept flowing out of its body, and it let out a miserable cry. Brothers, work harder. As long as we kill it, a lot of merit points will be waiting for us. Wang Ming shouted loudly. If this Tyrannosaurus's body was brought back, they could exchange it for a lot of merit points. Of course, it would be better if they could capture it alive. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to do so, so they could only bring back the corpse. After a while, the Tyrannosaurus was on the verge of death. A few more rounds of attacks and it would die. However, at this moment. Ding! Host has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the notification. What a stroke of luck. He did not do anything, but he actually triggered a one-hit kill. What a steal. Because he was the only one who heard the system notification, and the others did not, the group did not know that the Tyrannosaurus was already dead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly used flash to get closer, and then put the Tyrannosaurus's body away. Although this group of people was called over by Wang Ming, they were actually serving Yi Xian. They let Yi Xian benefit for nothing. What? Where's the Tyrannosaurus? Who? Who took the Tyrannosaurus's body away? What's going on? Everyone revealed a puzzled expression one after another. Chapter 1971. Since Wang Ming did not take it himself, he naturally looked at the other two fourth-rank holy emperors. Bastard, how dare you take the dragon corpse under my nose? Do you want to keep it for yourself? Wang Ming shouted angrily. When the man in black armor heard this, he could not help but turn to look at the third person. After all, he did not take it himself. If Wang Ming did not take it either, then there was only one other person. Why are you looking at me? I'm not taking it either. The third blazing unicorn also shook his head. If that's the case, why don't we exchange rings? Wang Ming suggested. If they wanted to check the rings, they would have to transform into their human forms. It would be more convenient that way. However, Yi Xian would not allow this to happen. Beast God Bell, suppress. The flowing light armor on Yi Xian transformed into a huge bell and fell down. In an instant, all the unicorn experts who transformed into their true forms had their strength reduced by 80%. While everyone was still in shock, Yi Xian summoned his sword immortal clone. Eye of Assassination. The two of them flashed behind the two blazing unicorns and slashed with their swords. Rip! Rip! Two crisp sounds rang out. The two fourth-rank Holy Emperor blazing unicorn were directly cut in half. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Ming was left. What? Wang Ming watched as the two halves of their bodies disappeared. Before he could sort out his thoughts, he felt a chill on his back. A slaying immortal breath slash had cut his body in half as well. Not only that, there was another third-rank Holy Emperor blazing unicorn. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 6 unicorns who had transformed into their true forms had died, including 3 fourth-rank Holy Emperors. That left 2 unicorns and 3 third-rank Holy Emperors with unicorn bloodlines. However, the last 2 unicorn did not expect to recover their strength by transforming into their human forms. As such, Yi Xian and the sword immortal clone attacked again and killed the 2 of them. The corpses all disappeared. There's a traitor. The remaining 3 third-rank Holy Emperors with unicorn bloodlines reacted. Follow the plan, go. Yi Xian did not waste any time and immediately attacked. Because he had come here on a flying sword, his cultivation level was the same as when he had killed Hu Qing. Facing 3 third-rank Holy Emperors, they could only work together. Yi Xian, who was wearing the flowing light armor, held back one while the sword immortal avatar held back another. As for the remaining one, it was held back by Old Tree, Black Horn, and Heaven Breaker. Because Luolua's realm was lower than Black Cove's, her combat power was insufficient, so Yi Xian did not release her. As for the plan Yi Xian mentioned, it was to temporarily stall one of them. If there was an opportunity, they would use Assassin's Eyes to focus their attacks on one of them. As long as they could reduce the enemy's numbers, it would be much simpler. Rumble. Immediately, a great battle broke out in the sky. I remember now, it's the person on the wanted poster. At this time, one of them remembered. After his reminder, the other 2 did the same. However, so what if he knew? I'll start with you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and immediately gave Old Tree an order. Unicorn Sky Burning Flame. Old Tree opened his mouth and spat out his strongest attack at that person. Boom! This person was pincered by Heaven Breaker and Black Horn and could not dodge, so he could only hold on. Fortunately, Old Tree's attack was much weaker than Yi Xian's one-sword flying immortal. It only cracked Unicorn's armor. However, the real killing move was yet to come. Assassin's Eyes. Assassin's Eyes. Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar appeared at the same time. Immortal Slaying Breath Slash. Crack. This attack was much stronger than Old Tree's Unicorn Sky Burning Flame. It directly broke the person's unicorn armor and severely injured him. Oh no. The other 2's expressions changed drastically. Yi Xian and the others' strength was beyond their imagination. If this person died, then they would probably be defeated one by Yi Xian. They had to protect this person. Black Demon Claw. The Black Horn Dragon Claw grabbed the person with the cheap mouth in its hand. His expression changed drastically as he smelled the scent of death. Heavily injured, he was afraid that he would not be able to break free from Blackhorn's claw immediately. Then, what awaited him was the second round of immortal slaying breath slash from Yi Xian and the sword immortal avatar. No, I can't die. This person opened his eyes wide. He did not want to die like this, but the other two did not seem to be able to help. However, at this critical juncture, a voice suddenly rang out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two air-piercing sounds rang out. A swift and fierce swordlight directly shattered the immortal slaughtering breath slash. As for the other sword ray, it flashed before everyone's eyes and split Blackhorn's body in half. After seeing this, Yi Xian did not look to see who did it. He was stunned. Blackhorn's body had been split in half. Ding! Host's contracted beast Blackhorn is dead. A system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Blackhorn was dead? How could it be? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. The system would not lie to him. If it said that Blackhorn was dead, then he was really dead. Although Blackhorn had signed a master-servant contract with him, he was not a treasure. If he died, there was no way to revive him. Damn! Yi Xian turned his head angrily and saw a middle-aged man in red armor standing in the air. His aura was far more powerful than Wang Ming's. He was at least a 5th-rank Holy Emperor, or even a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. F***ck your ancestors. Yi Xian was a little blinded by anger. He immediately ordered everyone to attack this person. However, he could not move in the next moment. This person was not a 5th-rank Holy Emperor, nor a 6th-rank Holy Emperor. He was a 7th-rank Holy Emperor. This is the person that our superiors wanted us to capture? The middle-aged man in red armor squinted his eyes. It seemed that he was in luck this time. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was gloomy because he felt that things were not going well. He could not use the time reversal skill now. If he was caught in front of Shi Xingyu, he would be dead meat. However, did he have any other way to escape? Tisk, TSK, TSK. Are you guys fighting among yourselves? At this moment, a sudden laughter rang in the sky. Then, a figure appeared in the air. This person's aura was not any weaker than the middle-aged man in red armor. An elite from 100 Battles Valley. After seeing him, Yi Xian felt that there was a chance for him to turn things around this time. 100 Battles Valley and Unicorn Ancient Tribe were enemies. Now that the elites from both sides met, a battle was inevitable. Then, he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. However, at this moment. Whoosh! The middle-aged man in red armor suddenly shot out a ray of cold light into Yi Xian's body. Then, Yi Xian's saint power was sealed. You guys, take him back. Go. The middle-aged man in red armor immediately said. He felt that the person in front of him was not a simple person. Chapter 1972. Yes, my lord. The other three nodded and quickly left with Yi Xian. As for the old tree and the others, Yi Xian put them away. Soon, they disappeared from everyone's sight. The 100 Battles Valley expert glanced at the backs of Yi Xian and the others and revealed a thoughtful look. Whoosh! The red-armored middle-aged man took the opportunity to attack first. There was no need for words when people from opposing camps met. Immediately, an intense battle unfolded. At this time, Yi Xian, who was under the control of the three people, was forcibly taken away. He heard the sounds of battle behind him and gritted his teeth. Unicorn Ancient Tribe, I will destroy your entire clan. Yi Xian swore in his heart. Fortunately, Blackhorn's body was also put away by him through the air. However, he had to solve the problem in front of him first. His saint power was sealed by the red-armored middle-aged man, so it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wore the Lightstream armor. Old Tree, Patian, and the Sword Celestial Avatar can still be deployed. As long as I make another breakthrough, the Sword Celestial Avatar alone will be able to deal with these three. I need some time. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Now, he only hoped that he would not encounter any more experts from the 100 Battles Valley on the way. If these 3 people were no match for them, he would be dead. However, after the 3 people had led him for more than half a day, something happened. That's right. Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration as he thought of something. He had put away the Tyrannosaurus body. He had not tried to revive Rib Gu. However, what surprised him was that the Tyrannosaurus body only had a 10% compatibility with Rib Gu's dragon fetus. That was so low. That's right. The Tyrannosaurus is a sky dragon, and Rib Gu is a giant dragon. They are not of the same species. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. However, in the next moment, he thought of something else. He had put away Blackhorn's body. Then, could Rib Gu use Blackhorn's body to revive? Let's give it a try. Yi Xian immediately put Blackhorn's body and the dragon fetus together. Ding! Compatibility is 99.9%. Do you want to fuse them? The system prompted. The compatibility level had to reach 60% before it could be revived. The higher the compatibility level, the higher the success rate. Unexpectedly, Blackhorn's physique, which allowed him to devour black dragons, was very suitable. The resurrection ceremony was very slow, but fortunately, there was the devouring space. Under this many times faster flow, the dragon fetus finally merged with Blackhorn's body. After the fusion, the 2 halves of Blackhorn's body merged into one, as if he had never been injured. Ding! Resurrection successful. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Ding! Devouring black dragon leveled up. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. Ribs was finally resurrected. The evolved rib bones was called the devouring black scale dragon, which was even more powerful than the devouring black dragon. However, Ribs had yet to sign a contract with Yi Xian. Ribs, do you still remember me? Yi Xian immediately projected himself into the devouring space and asked. Roar. Ribs raised his head and roared. How could it not recognize Yi Xian? Very well, now that I'm being held hostage by 3 people, can you help me kill them? Yi Xian asked again. Roar. Ribs roared again, apparently agreeing to it. When Blackhorn died, he was a 9th level holy king. Now that Ribs had used his body to resurrect, although he had leveled up, he was still a 9th level holy king. However, at that time, Blackhorn could join forces with Old Tree to deal with a unicorn soldier who was a 3rd level holy emperor. Now that Ribs had leveled up after his resurrection, it should not be a problem to kill 3 people, right? Alright, I'll let you out now. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately let Ribs out. As soon as Ribs appeared, the 3 unicorn soldiers sensed it, but when they reacted, they saw Ribs open his mouth. Devour. In the next moment, the 3 were directly swallowed into Ribs' stomach. Because Blackhorn and Yi Xian had signed a master-servant contract, Ribs would still appear in the planting space after swallowing people. Great, this is great. Yi Xian was overjoyed. After leveling up, Ribs was indeed awesome, swallowing 3 people in seconds. Now that the 3 were swallowed, he was also reborn, but he still could not use his holy power. At that moment, Yi Xian checked the characteristics of Ribs after his resurrection. Now, Ribs had been refined into Yi Xian's treasure. Its original form was a devouring dragon scale, but without the previous skills, it could not merge with Yi Xian, but fortunately, it could be resurrected. Ribs, you carried Blackhorn's will and resurrected, so from now on, you are Blackhorn, follow me to take revenge. Yi Xian said slowly to Ribs. Roar. Ribs also knew the ins and outs, so he agreed to change his name to Blackhorn. From now on, he was Blackhorn. Alright, let's take revenge. Yi Xian said coldly as he looked at the scarlet word, kill, in the sky. Before he was taken away, he had already issued a death hunt order to the middle-aged man in red armor. That man killed Blackhorn, so how could he not take revenge? Because Blackhorn was a 9th level holy king before, he was still a 9th level holy king. This would not change until Yi Xian reached 6th level Holy King. After Black Horn, who was a 9th level Holy King, was strengthened by Yi Xian's bloodline, still afraid of the middle-aged man in red armor. Moreover, Yi Xian's realm was sealed by that man, so he could not use his holy power, so he had to capture that man to remove the seal. At that moment, the 9th level Holy King Ribs, who was also Black Horn, led Yi Xian to the target of the Death Hunt Order. After his advancement, Black Horn was very fast, and anyone who met him on the way was directly swallowed into the devouring space. Yi Xian, who was taken away by force for half a day, only spent half an hour to get close to the target of the Death Hunt Order. Suffer my wrath. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and immediately ordered Black Horn to attack. In an instant, Black Horn turned into a black stream of light and attacked the target. What? At that moment, the middle-aged man in red armor had just sensed Black Horn's presence, and by the time he reacted, Black Horn had already rushed in front of him. Boom! Black Horn swept out its claws, and the middle-aged man in red armor defended with all his might, but he was sent flying. He felt that Black Horn was a little familiar, and so was its aura. However, he would never have thought that this giant black dragon was the one he had killed earlier. Although it is only a 9th level Holy King, it is very powerful. Where did it come from? The middle-aged man in red armor secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and then quickly transformed into his original form. He had won the battle just now, but he was seriously injured because of it, so he found a place to recover. But he did not expect that someone could find him. Chapter 1973. Beast God Bell, suppress him. Wei Zhentian transformed into a huge golden bell and fell down. The red-armored middle-aged man's strength was instantly reduced by 80%. Then, Black Horn opened his mouth and devoured the red-armored middle-aged man. Even if he was at his peak, he might not be Black Horn's match. Now that he was seriously injured and his strength was reduced by 80%, it was naturally impossible for him to resist Black Horn's powerful devouring. In the blink of an eye, the red-armored middle-aged man who had transformed into a unicorn was devoured and brought into the devouring space. In the devouring space, Yi Xian would be the one to decide whether he lived or died. Now that he was seriously injured, he might not even be able to transform into a human and could only maintain his original form. Wei Zhentian, I'll give you 3 seconds to control him. Yi Xian ordered again. 3 seconds in the outside world was equivalent to half a month in the devouring space. During this half a month, Wei Zhentian had been using the Beast God Bell non-stop. How could he not control the red-armored middle-aged man? The Beast God Bell could control people. If the red-armored middle-aged man was a beast or a zooist, it would be strengthened. Soon, the red-armored middle-aged man was controlled by Yi Xian. Then, Yi Xian released the red-armored middle-aged man and removed the seal on his body. You killed Black Horn. Your crime is punishable by death. But you're still useful to us, so we won't kill you for now. Yi Xian said slowly. The red-armored middle-aged man was a 7th-stage Holy Emperor. Although he was injured, he had more or less recovered after staying in the devouring space for a while. As long as he joined forces with Black Horn, he could kill an ordinary 7th-stage Holy Emperor. Half of the revenge had been avenged, but the other half was still unfinished. If he was not wanted by the Unicorn Ancient Clan, how could Yi Xian be hunted down? How could Black Horn die? Shi Xingyu must die. The Unicorn Ancient Clan that helped Shi Xingyu must be destroyed. Black Horn, I order you to enter the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. No matter who you see, devour them. Yi Xian said to Black Horn. Roar. Black Horn roared. After that, Yi Xian hid inside Black Horn's body, and the latter led the way. Other than Black Cove's ability to devour people, he could also hide people in his internal space. With him leading Yi Xian's chances of survival were greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had returned to the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Yi Xian, who was hiding in Black Horn's body, watched as Black Horn wandered around, swallowing cities into its devouring space. 4th-rank Holy Emperors, 5th-rank Holy Emperors, they were devoured one after another. Even 6th rank holy emperors could not escape the fate of being devoured. Within a few days, all the cities near the borders of the Unicorn Ancient clan were reduced to ruins. No one managed to escape. For small cities, black coves only needed to swallow them once. For large cities, they only needed to swallow them a few times. His actions finally attracted the attention of the Unicorn Ancient clan. At this time, Yi Xian had already broken through to the 1st rank Holy King realm. However, Black Horn was now a 9th rank Holy King. Unless Yi Xian broke through to the 6th rank Holy King realm, Black Horn would not be able to break through this shackle. In the Unicorn Ancient clan. Clan leader, this is bad. A black dragon is wreaking havoc in our territory. He has already destroyed countless cities and killed a few generals. An expert of the ancient Qilan clan hurriedly reported to a red-haired elder. How could there be such a thing? The Unicorn Ancient clan leader narrowed his eyes and said, "Let Tian Tong deal with him." Yes. Tian Tong was the #1 genius in the Unicorn army. Although he was only a 7th rank Holy Emperor, he was more powerful than an average 8th rank Holy Emperor. It should not be a problem to send him to deal with a black dragon who was causing trouble. Young Master is now a 5th rank Holy Emperor, but his strength is comparable to mine. If he is allowed to break through again, he might be able to lead the Unicorn Ancient clan to escape from this damned place. The Unicorn Ancient clan leader thought to himself. In fact, he had just met the young master that Tian Tong was talking about. However, the young master's aptitude had surpassed everyone in the Unicorn Ancient clan. In such a short period of time, he had broken through from a low-level great saint to a holy emperor. After a period of time, he would definitely be able to lead the Unicorn Ancient clan to escape. If Yi Xian saw this young master, he would definitely recognize that this young master was the dual bloodline possessor, Shi Xingyu. Soon, the Unicorn Ancient clan's #1 genius, Tian Tong, was on the move. In a few days, he found that reckless black dragon. Spirit-impacting strike. Tian Tong took out his longbow treasure and shot an arrow from afar. Swish! The green arrow pierced through the air and instantly shot into the black dragon's head. However, what was surprising was that this arrow of his actually only shattered the other party's dragon scales. Furthermore, in the blink of an eye, the other party's injuries were healed. How is this possible? My arrow is enough to kill an 8th rank Holy Emperor, but it can't even kill a 9th rank Holy King Black Dragon. Tian Tong was shocked. He was starting to doubt his own strength. The black dragon that he had his eyes on was naturally Black Horn. At this moment, Black Horn turned his head to look, but he didn't see anything. That arrow came from that direction, but I don't see anyone. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was a little confused. However, from the attack power of the arrow, the other party was at least an 8th rank Holy Emperor. Black Horn immediately flew in the direction of the arrow, but he still didn't find anyone. Swish! Right at this moment, another arrow flew over. PFFF. The arrow shattered Black Horn's devouring dragon scales, but it didn't cause much damage to him. After leveling up, the devouring black scale dragon scales also had the devouring effect. When the arrow hit the scales, a large amount of attack power was devoured. If not for that, Black Horn's head would have been pierced through. Who is the one who shot the arrow? Sword Celestial Clone, Old Tree, Patian, go and see. Yi Xian snorted and summoned the Sword Celestial Clone. Then, he summoned a large number of immortal slaying puppets and spread them around. As long as he found the person who shot the arrow, the Sword Celestial Clone could use the Death Hunting Order to mark him. When that time came, Black Horn would definitely chase him to the ends of the earth. The one who shot the arrow was the #1 genius of the Unicorn Army, Tian Tong. He had the Heavenly Eye Unicorn bloodline, which gave him super strong vision. However, with the Sword Celestial Clone attacking, he couldn't hide and was quickly found. Finally found you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly got the Sword Celestial Clone to mark him with the Death Hunting Order. Then, he charged over. Slaughter mode. The sword celestial clone went all out and charged to the back of the black dragon. Clang! Unfortunately, although the sword celestial clone was already a 5th rank holy king, he still couldn't break through the black dragon's unicorn armor. This unicorn armor would change according to the realm of the unicorn experts. Tian Tong was a 7th rank holy emperor. How could the sword celestial clone break through his defense? Chapter 1974. Du Fei, Yin Jian, you guys go too. Yi Xian sent out 2 more people. Du Fei was the red-armored middle-aged man who killed Black Horn, while Yin Jian was a 7th-grade holy emperor who walked right into the trap when Black Horn was trying to cause trouble. With 2 7th-grade holy emperors and Black Horn, they should have the ability to take down the guy who shot the arrow. Humph, 2 traitors, I'll kill you first. Tian Tong snorted and shot an arrow at Du Fei. However, the sword immortal clone was the first to appear in front of him and use his body to block the arrow. Get out of my way. Tian Tong threw out a slap, preparing to send the sword immortal clone flying. However, the sword immortal clone flashed behind him again. The sword immortal clone in an invincible state was like an unkillable cockroach. It would be very troublesome to be entangled with him. With the sword immortal clone entangling him, Du Fei, Yin Jian, and Black Horn hurried over. Tian Tong's attack power was very strong. He almost never failed when he was sent out on a mission. However, he was good at long-range attacks. If someone got close to him, he would be a little powerless. You want to get close to me with just you? At this time, Tian Tong's glabella suddenly opened and a white beam of light shot out. Coincidentally, the sword immortal clone flashed in front of him again and blocked the white beam of light with his body. Then, it slammed into Black Horn. Is this guy Ultraman? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although this move was ferocious, it was fortunate that Black Horn had the sword immortal avatar in hand. He used the sword immortal avatar as a shield, completely blocking this move. Bastard, what kind of puppet is that? It can actually block my Heaven Eye strike. Tian Tong could not help but be shocked. This move consumed a lot of energy and could only be maintained for a short period of time. Therefore, he immediately stopped and raised his hand to attack. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air. This time, Tian Tong aimed at Du Fei. If the sword immortal clone blocked it, he would use the Heaven Eye strike to attack Black Horn again. He did not believe that the other party could split into 2. Too naive. Black Horn, teach him a lesson. Yi Xian snorted. The next moment, Black Horn opened his big mouth and spat out a terrifying dragon breath. Devouring dragon roar. Boom! The black and white light beams collided, but in the next moment, the white light beam was immediately engulfed by the black light beam. What a joke! All of Black Horn's attacks now contained the power of devouring. When the devouring dragon's roar hit the God's Eye strike, it was instantly devoured. What? Tian Tong's eyes widened as he watched the pillar of light in front of him rapidly expand before swallowing him whole. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. With just one move, the number 1 prodigy of the unicorn army was killed. Black Cove's current strength was unparalleled. However, the devouring dragon's roar could only be used once a day. Moreover, it was not easy to control. For example, the Heaven Child's body and unicorn's armor had all been devoured, leaving nothing behind, including his ring of cosmos. This guy is the number 1 genius of the unicorn army. He has the Heaven Eye unicorn bloodline in his body. But he's not a Zooist, so it's useless to keep him alive. It's better to kill him. That was what Yi Xian thought after the Heaven Child's death. Since he's not a Zooist, he can't transform into his true form. Since he can't transform into his true form, Yi Xian can't use the Beast God Clock to control him. Although the Beast God Clock can control ordinary people, Yi Xian can't break through the opponent's defense without suppressing 80% of his strength. So he can only kill him. However, since the number 1 genius of the unicorn army has been dispatched, the Unicorn Ancient Clan has probably started to pay attention to him. This time, they sent a 7th stage Holy Emperor. Next time, they may send an 8th stage Holy Emperor or even the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Facing such an existence, Yi Xian doesn't have the strength to fight him for the time being. After all, Black Horn can't increase his realm now. He still needs a month to grow. So Yi Xian decided to retreat to the 100 Battles Valley for the time being. At the same time, in the Unicorn Ancient Clan, Tian Tong's Jade Tablet of Life is broken. There was a huge uproar in the Unicorn Ancient Clan. Tian Tong has been through countless missions and completed them every time. However, he died this time, which surprised them. Tian Tong was the super genius in the Unicorn Ancient Clan who had the highest chance of breaking through the shackles of a holy emperor and becoming a holy venerable. Unfortunately, he died just like that. Inform the 3 generals. They must kill the target. Just like that, the 3 strongest 8th stage holy emperors of the Unicorn Ancient Clan were dispatched. At the same time, Yi Xian has already turned around and retreated to the 100 Battles Valley. Once Tian Tong dies, the Unicorn Ancient Clan will definitely know. If Shi Xingyu comes with experts, he will be dead meat. It's better to leave first. Soon, he arrived at the boundary of the 100 Battles Valley again and continued to go deeper. For him, the deeper he goes into the 100 Battles Valley, the safer he is. To the experts of the 100 Battles Valley, Black Horn, a 9th stage holy king, was not worth mentioning. If the people of the Unicorn Ancient Clan came after him, the experts of the 100 Battles Valley would naturally be distracted by them and fight. At that time, if both of them were to suffer heavy losses, then Yi Xian would be the one to take advantage of them. After a few days, Yi Xian finally arrived at the center of the 100 Battles Valley. The people wandering around here were mostly mid-level holy emperors. Next, Yi Xian just had to wait. As long as his cultivation level increased, the Unicorn Ancient Clan would be nothing. At the moment, he was already a 3rd stage holy king. However, this strength was useless because Black Horn was still a 9th stage holy king. Therefore, he had to continue his seclusion. However, at this moment, "Kid, I finally found you." Suddenly, a familiar voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Hearing this, Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look and saw 4 figures flying over from the horizon. 3 of them had stronger auras than Tian Tong, and the last one was someone he was very familiar with, Shi Xingyu. F***CK, Shi Xingyu finally can't help but send out his avatar and bring experts here? Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. It seemed that this time, he was in trouble. Fortunately, during the journey, a very good treasure had appeared in Wei Zhentian's treasure selection. This time, he might be able to use it. This treasure was called the demonic dragon's heart. It was specially made for dragons. As long as it was placed in Black Horn's body, it could greatly increase Black Horn's defense, attack, and recovery. Simply put, it would increase Black Horn's combat power in all aspects. Shi Xingyu, it's really you behind this. Yi Xian's voice came from Black Horn's body. So what if it's me? Chapter 1975. It's not that easy to kill me, replied Yi Xian. Is that so? I'd like to see how you're going to stop the 3 great generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Shi Xingyu shouted coldly. Attack! I want him alive. In the next moment, the 3 8th grade holy kings behind Shi Xingyu attacked. The 3 of them were the 3 most powerful great generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Their original forms were the Ice Emperor Unicorn, the Flame Emperor Unicorn, and the Thunder Emperor Unicorn. However, Shi Xingyu had warned them not to transform into their original forms as their strength might decrease. As such, the 3 of them maintained their human forms and charged toward Black Horn. You're too naive. So what if you're an 8th grade holy king? Yi Xian snorted coldly. At this moment, Black Horn had also attacked. With the demonic dragon's heart, his combat strength had increased significantly. He was able to withstand the attacks of the 3 experts. Roar! Black Horn roared to the sky, indicating that it was not painful at all. Yi Xian did not expect that the demonic dragon's heart could increase Black Horn's strength by so much. Unfortunately, he did not have the devouring point at this moment, so he could not fix the magic treasure. As for Yi Xian, he had also sent his celestial sword clone. Shi Xingyu, die. The celestial sword clone roared and charged toward Shi Xingyu's clone. Bang! Shi Xingyu threw a punch and sent the celestial sword clone flying. You're overestimating yourself. I'm now a 5th grade holy king. I'm many times stronger than before. Even if it's just a clone, do you think you can kill me? Shi Xingyu's voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Shi Xingyu has the support of the unicorn ancient tribe and obtained countless heavenly treasures. That means that the undying clones that I destroyed have reformed. The strength of this clone is probably not any weaker than the 3 great generals. If he fuses with all his clones, his strength will probably reach the level of a 9th grade holy king. When Yi Xian thought of this, he felt a little terrified. Comparing the two of them, Shi Xingyu's breakthrough speed was much faster than his. This person had to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would lose the qualifications to fight him in the future. Celestial Sword Clone, go help Black Horn. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. Since the Sword Clone could not defeat Shi Xingyu, it would help Black Horn. After all, the Sword Celestial Sword Holy King had a chance of triggering kill. At that moment, Black Horn and the 3 enemy generals were evenly matched. Neither side could do anything to the other. As long as the Sword Immortal Avatar triggered a one-hit kill, he could instantly kill one of them. Rumble blee 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 blee. To say it. When Shi Xingyu saw that the 3 great generals of the ancient Qilin clan were unable to do anything to Black Horn, he cursed in his heart and summoned 3 Qilins. Fortunately, Black Horn, who had the heart of the demonic dragon, was extremely powerful. Of course, defense was the most important thing in this situation. Black Horn, who had the devouring dragon scale, was not afraid of anyone's attacks. Half of the attacks that landed on his body were devoured and blocked by his tough dragon skin. Bastard, his growth is so fast. If I can get that system, I will become the strongest person in the world. Shi Xingyu's eyes were full of greed. He had always thought that the system was a super treasure that could help people break through quickly. Yi Xian had the system, which was why his growth was so fast. However, in order to get the system, he had to kill Yi Xian first. In order to kill Yi Xian, he had to break through Black Horn's defense first. But don't forget that he was in the territory of the 100 Battle Valley. How could the 100 Battle Valley not do anything when the 3 strongest holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe were on the move? At this time, a large number of experts were flying in from the sky. Not good. Shi Xingyu's expression changed. He attacked with all his might, but he still could not break through Black Horn's defense. It's the people of the 100 Battle Valley. They have sent at least 10 mad generals. Shi Xingyu immediately came out. The mad generals of the 100 Battle Valley were the same as the holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. They were both 8th grade holy emperors. 10 8th grade holy emperors. It seemed that they had attracted the attention of the 100 Battle Valley. If they were surrounded, even the 3 strongest holy generals would have to pay a heavy price. Young master, we can't fight anymore. The Ice Emperor immediately sent a telepathic message to Shi Xingyu. Bastards, I will deal with you after some time. Shi Xingyu scolded. After some time, he would break through. When that time came, who would be his match in the purgatory battlefield? Shi Xingyu immediately led the 3 holy generals of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe away, leaving behind the 3 Unicorn Ancient Tribe members to delay them. You want to leave? How can you leave without paying a price? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, a black pillar of light shot out from Black Horn's mouth. Danger! After sensing the terrifying aura behind them, Shi Xingyu and the others immediately dodged. However, the Ice Emperor was too slow and was hit by the pillar of light. In an instant, the Ice Emperor was engulfed by the black pillar of light and turned into dust. There was nothing left of him. Dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yi Xian could not help but laugh out loud. What unicorn ancient tribe? What Shixingyu? What great generals? So many people came to kill him, but he killed one of them. They were all *T. Shixingyu and the other two holy generals were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. If they had not dodged, they would have been killed. That move was too terrifying. At this moment, the experts of the 100 Battle Valley were divided into two groups. One group went to chase after Shixingyu and the other group surrounded Black Horn. Who are you? An old man walked out and asked Black Horn. I am from the 100 Battle Valley. Why don't we make a deal? Yi Xian's voice slowly drifted out. What kind of deal? The elder asked in shock. You should want to destroy the unicorn ancient tribe, and so do I. Therefore, I would like to join forces with you. What do you think? Yi Xian said. Join forces? The elder narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before he said, I don't even know who you are. How can we join forces? I do have the blood of the unicorn in me, but I am not a member of the unicorn ancient tribe. As for who I am, you don't need to know. Yi Xian turned to look at Shixingyu's back and said, that young man is called Shixingyu. We are mortal enemies. Since he has joined the unicorn ancient tribe, I will naturally stand against him. I have never seen that person before. The elder nodded. Chapter 1976. Yi Xian's words fell into everyone's ears. Everyone was shocked. A month ago, he was just a low-level saint. How is that possible? The experts of 100 Battle Valley could not believe it. He has a way to break through quickly. That's why we are enemies. If he continues to break through, your 100 Battle Valley will be destroyed. So I suggest that we work together. When the time comes, I only want him dead. As for his corpse, you can take it away, said Yi Xian. Although his words were sincere, the people of 100 Battle Valley were skeptical. After all, they had been fighting with the unicorn ancient tribe for countless years without a clear victor. Now that they heard that the situation would change in a short period of time, they were in disbelief. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Don't blame me when you are annihilated. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Black Horn turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by the people from the 100 Battles Valley. You have seen my strength just now. You don't think that these people can stop me, right? Yi Xian sneered. Just now, he had withstood the attacks of several 8th-grade holy emperors. However, he was unscathed and even killed one of them. Although the 100 Battle Valley had surrounded him now, whether or not they could break through his defenses was still unknown. No, to Yi Xian, these people would definitely not be able to break through Black Horn's devouring dragon scale unless the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley made a move personally. Black Horn had the immortal phoenix bloodline in his body and had extremely strong recovery abilities. Even if the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley made a move, it was still uncertain if he could kill Black Horn. Moreover, Black Horn could be resurrected now. When the time came, they would suffer a double loss. I have conveyed your suggestion to the Valley Master. He invites you to meet in the valley, said the leading elder. All right. Yi Xian nodded and immediately sent the Sword Immortal clone to follow. Although he was not afraid of a 9th-grade holy emperor, what if the opponent had a trump card? He could not use time reversal now, so he had to be careful. The people from 100 Battle Valley did not know his background. They thought that the Sword Immortal avatar was Yi Xian, so they brought him back. As for Black Horn, he stayed nearby. In another half a month, I will be able to break through to the 6th-rank Holy King realm. Black Horn will also break through to the Saint Lord realm. At that time, I will be able to dominate the entire Purgatory battlefield. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, Shixingyu's cultivation speed was faster than his. If he broke through before him, it would be troublesome. At that time, even if the 100 Battle Valley worked with him, they would not be able to stop Shixingyu. Therefore, this matter had to be resolved quickly. Soon, the Sword Immortal clone followed the experts and arrived at the 100 Battle Valley to meet the Valley Master. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley was a middle-aged man with an amiable smile on his face. He was a 9th-rank Saint Emperor, the same as the clan leader of the Unicorn Ancients. When he saw Yi Xian, he sized him up carefully and asked, "You are?" "My name is Yi Xian." Yi Xian finally said his name. He might be cooperating with the 100 Battle Valley next, so he had to show more sincerity. "May I know where Brother Yi is from?" asked the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley. "I don't belong to any sect. I am a loner. Because I have the bloodline of the unicorn, I was caught in the outside world and thrown into the purgatory battlefield," replied Yi Xian. "So that's how it is." Everyone understood. At first, they thought that Yi Xian was a trump card cultivated by the Unicorn Ancients. They did not expect that he was not. "There is no time to lose. Let's not beat around the bush." Yi Xian did not beat around the bush. He said directly, "I believe that the Valley Master already knows the ins and outs of the matter. What do you think of my cooperation?" The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley turned to look at the others and said, "My 100 Battle Valley and the Unicorn Ancients have been fighting for countless years. I find it hard to believe that there will be a victor in this period of time. I'll be frank. As long as you cooperate with me, I have a 90% chance of destroying the Unicorn Ancients." Yi Xian said confidently. "Sir, why are you so confident? Is it because of that black dragon?" asked the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley, puzzled. "No, I am not relying on that dragon. I am relying on a treasure." Chapter 1977. However, this was no child's play, so the Valley Master added, "Let's see if we can get some more sacred beasts." Soon, all the sacred beasts in 100 Battles Valley gathered. Their cultivation levels varied, but they were suppressed by the beast god clock as soon as they approached. This time, everyone in 100 Battles Valley believed him. "All right, I agree to this cooperation." The Valley Master finally nodded after discussing with the others. "Great." Yi Xian grinned. "There's no time to lose. I hope the Valley Master can organize his men in a day or two and attack 100 Battles Valley with me. Don't you have any other requests for this?" The Valley Master asked curiously. "There's only one request. Shi Xingyu must die. It doesn't matter if he's killed by you, me, or others, he must die." Yi Xian said coldly. Yi Xian did not have to kill the bloodline bearer personally. Of course, if he did, he would be rewarded. If the bloodline bearer was killed by others, he would not be rewarded. However, at this critical juncture, Yi Xian was prepared to give up on the reward. "All right, in that case, I'll begin immediately, brothers." The Valley Master nodded and began to gather the experts in 100 Battles Valley. Countless years ago, their faction was brought to the purgatory battlefield. After countless years, they multiplied into various factions. These people were actually their descendants. Once the Valley Master gave the order, they would immediately gather and engage in a battle to the death with the Unicorn Ancient tribe. In less than a day, they were all gathered. Everyone attacked the Unicorn Ancient tribe with full force. The Valley Master immediately gave the order. This was a rare sight. The people of 100 Battles Valley moved out in full force and crossed the border like an army. They began to attack the cities of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. As for Yi Xian and the others, they had already gathered and were charging toward the base camp of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. "Not good, tribe master. A large number of enemies have crossed the border, not good. All the higher-ups of 100 Battles Valley have moved out. It seems like they're going to have a decisive battle with us. Marshal, please give the order." The commander-in-chief of the Unicorn Army was, in fact, the chief of the Unicorn Ancient tribe. When he heard the news, his face darkened and he immediately reported the matter to Shi Xingyu. "Hold on, I'll be able to break through soon. I'll send my doppelganger to help during this time." Shi Xingyu transmitted his voice to the leader of the Unicorn Ancients. As long as he broke through, the people from 100 Battle Valley would not be able to cause any more trouble. Now, it was time to see which side was faster. In order to increase their chances of winning, Yi Xian ordered Black Cove to swallow all the cities along the way into the devouring space. This way, he would be able to force the other party to revert to their original form and use the beast god clock to control them. To put it simply, in addition to the Berserker bloodline experts, the Valley of 100 Battles also had a large number of unicorn experts. Valley Master, I suddenly have a bad premonition. Please speed up. Yi Xian suddenly reminded him. Alright, everyone, pick up the pace. The Valley Master of 100 Battles nodded. The 9th rank Holy Emperor expert led the charge and arrived at the base camp of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe in a few days. At this time, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe was ready to fight back. Berserker, what are you doing? The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe shouted from afar. I've had enough of this *T purgatory. Today, we'll determine the winner. The winner will leave this place. The Valley Master of 100 Battles shouted angrily. Just the likes of you also want to exterminate my Qilin clan? Don't forget that this is my territory. The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe said. So what? The Valley Master of 100 Battles narrowed his eyes and shouted, Brothers, kill. The leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe could not help but gulp when he saw the other party attacking. He quickly said, Activate the 108th Sacred Qilins Formation. The 108th Sacred Qilins Formation was made up of 108 unicorn bloodline holders. It was extremely powerful. Even if the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe personally stepped in, his life would be in danger. However, the higher-ups of the Valley Master of 100 Battles were gathered together and could withstand the attack. Kill. Kill the 108 people who set up the formation. The Valley Master of 100 Battles shouted. As long as the 108 people were killed, the formation would be broken. No, they did not have to kill all of them. As long as they killed some of them, the formation would not be able to maintain itself. Don't even think about it. Everyone, attack. After the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe shouted, he led the experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe to attack. The 108th Sacred Qilins Formation had no effect on them who possessed the Unicorn bloodline. Because this battle was of utmost importance, everyone went all out from the beginning. Those experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe all transformed into their true forms. Seeing this, the Valley Master of 100 Battles' eyes brightened. He did not feel any pressure at all. Brother Yi, it's up to you. The Valley Master of 100 Battles immediately sent a message to Yi Xian, who was surrounded in the middle. This time, only Yi Xian's sword immortal clone came. But this was enough. Beast God Bell, suppress them. A huge golden bell fell. In an instant, the strength of the Zooist's true forms decreased by 80%. This was not the point. Buzz. A long sound of the bell spread. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe members in the surroundings immediately faced the sky and roared in pain. Some 6th and 7th stage Holy Emperors were directly controlled. Almost all of the members of the 108th Sacred Qilins Formation were 6th and 7th stage Holy Emperors. As soon as the Beast God Bell appeared, at least half of them were controlled. If these people were controlled by Yi Xian, the 108th Sacred Qilins Formation would be broken by itself. The formation is broken. Kill. The Valley Master of 100 Battles' eyes brightened. In the next moment, his eyes turned red. All of the people of 100 Battles Valley went berserk. Kill. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe's fighting strength decreased while the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley increased their fighting strength. Therefore, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe suffered heavy casualties after only one wave of attack. Buzz. The Beast God Bell continued to sound. More and more people of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe were controlled by Yi Xian and turned to attack others. Not only that, but the Sword Immortal clone also released a large number of people who had been controlled before. This battle was very chaotic. Even the chief of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe was killed by the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley in the first wave of attack. The Unicorn Ancient Tribe was leaderless. However, after the death of the chief of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe, an even more powerful aura swept over from the horizon. Shi Xingyu had finally appeared. Damn it. This group of trash was unexpectedly broken in an instant. Shi Xingyu cursed angrily. He finally appeared. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately sent a message to the Valley Master of 100 Battles Valley. Chapter 1978. The final boss had appeared, so they all focused their attention on Shi Xingyu. If Shi Xingyu did not die, this battle would not be considered their victory. If Shi Xingyu escaped death, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, listen up. Kill him with all your might. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley shouted. Everyone's spirits were lifted. With the Berserker bloodline, they loved to fight, not to mention so many of them against one person. How dare an ant like you want to kill me? Shi Xingyu's eyes flickered. At this moment, he was in the state of 6 fusion. He had merged all his clones except for his original body. His combat strength surpassed that of the Unicorn Ancient Clan's patriarch. Unicorn, descend. Without saying a word, Shi Xingyu summoned 3 unicorn clones. However, he forgot that the beast god clock was still there, so the 3 unicorn clones were instantly suppressed and then beaten to death by the crowd. Seeing that the Unicorn Ancient Clan was almost wiped out, the Sword Immortal clone's eyes flickered. The next moment, he summoned Black Horn. The heart of the demonic dragon fused. Black Horn also joined the battle. As for Yi Xian's original body, he was still in the territory of 100 Battle Valley, far away. Anyway, whether it was the Unicorn clone or Black Horn, they were both immortal and indestructible. The more effort they put in, the higher their chances of winning. Valley Master, only Shi Xingyu's clone is here. His original body should be nearby. Yi Xian immediately shouted. I've already sent someone to look for him. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley immediately replied. Not only that, but the old tree, the infernal god Unicorn, was also searching everywhere. Even the Unicorn Ancient Clan experts controlled by Yi Xian had spread out to search. As this was the territory of the Unicorn Ancient Clan, there were many Unicorn Ancient Clan's sacred emperors around, so it was difficult for the old tree to find Shi Xingyu's original body. Since that was the case, it would deal with Shi Xingyu's clone first. Die, all of you. Shi Xingyu's 6 clones also used all kinds of trump cards. Although his strength was strong, under the encirclement of so many experts, he seemed to be a little powerless. Furthermore, there was a Sword Immortal avatar that would appear behind him from time to time. Apart from the Unicorn bloodline, this guy also has the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. He's practically a perpetual motion machine. The people of 100 Battles Valley don't seem to have enough attacking power. I don't think they can kill him. Yi Xian saw the entire battle through Black Cove's eyes. Even Black Horn would not be able to deal with Shi Xingyu's 6 merged bodies unless he used the Devouring Dragon Roar. However, with Black Horn's current realm, using the Devouring Dragon's Roar would not only fail to hit Shi Xingyu, it would also hurt the people of 100 Battle Valley. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to let Black Cove do the search. Although there were so many people around, as long as he could devour them all, it would be enough. Black Horn began to devour the enemies of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe in a frenzy. At the same time, Yi Xian kept an eye on Shi Xingyu's clones. This Shi Xingyu came from behind, but his original body might not be there. I should look around. Yi Xian thought to himself as he moved quickly. Shi Xingyu combined his 6 clones to fight the experts of 100 Battles Valley. His original body's combat power would be much weaker. As long as he could find Shi Xingyu's original body, Yi Xian was confident that he could kill him. However, it did not seem to be that easy. Bastard, I didn't look for you, but you sent yourself to me. I'd like to see who can stop me. At this time, Shi Xingyu's clones suddenly roared and flew in a direction. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he saw this because that direction was where his original body was. Shi Xingyu wanted to capture the leader first. In Shi Xingyu's opinion, as long as he killed Yi Xian, he would be able to obtain the super treasure that was the system. Who would be able to defeat him then? However, Yi Xian's original body had long hidden in the depths of Hundred Battles Valley. It would not be that easy for Shi Xingyu to rush over. However, at this time, "Young master, I sensed it." The old tree suddenly sent a message. "Okay, I'll be right there." Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately asked Black Horn to follow him. At this time, Shi Xingyu suddenly turned around and charged toward Black Horn. It seemed that he had found the right person. "I've found his original body. Hold him back for me, I'll deal with his original body," the Sword Celestial clone shouted. In the next moment, the experts of Hundred Battles Valley went crazy and tried their best to hold back Shi Xingyu's clones. "Get out of my way!" Shi Xingyu roared angrily. Since his original body had been found, he would have to merge with his body. As long as he could merge 7 times, it would not be a problem for him to kill these people. Therefore, Yi Xian had to find Shi Xingyu's original body before he did. "Young master, he's hiding underground. There's a defensive formation next to him," the old tree reminded him. "Okay, blast it open." Yi Xian nodded. He guessed that the defensive formation had the ability to conceal Shi Xingyu's aura. That was why the old tree could sense it now. Shi Xingyu, who was hiding underground, knew that he had been found. He immediately left the formation and then rushed toward his clone. "Damn it, I've been found at this critical juncture." Shi Xingyu cursed in his heart. If he was given a little more time, he would be able to break through. By then, no one would be his match. If there was anyone to blame, it would be the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's fault for being too weak to stop him. However, the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's people could not be blamed. After all, when Yi Xian used the Beast God Clock, they were all turned into trash. "Bastards, get out of my way." Shi Xingyu was burning with anxiety at this moment. That formation was personally set up by the leader of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. He said that it would not leak any aura, but in the end, it was still detected by the old tree. In fact, he had been outsmarted by his own cleverness. "Where do you think you're going?" At this moment, the old tree suddenly shouted. He opened his mouth and spat a burst of flames at the ground. Unicorn sky-burning flames. The ground broke open and the aura of Shi Xingyu's original body leaked out. Sword Celestial Clone, kill. After receiving the order, the Sword Celestial Clone instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Shi Xingyu. "Get out of my way." Shi Xingyu was furious. He threw a punch and sent the Sword Celestial Clone flying. However, the old tree's ultimate move, Unicorn Sky-Burning Flames, was not over yet. He continued to spit at Sumo. Although Shi Xingyu was very strong, his original body had not merged with his clone. Therefore, his combat strength was much weaker than his clone. He was probably slightly stronger than the Ice Emperor General. Immortal Slaying Puppet. Immortal Slashing Arrow. The Sword Celestial Clone quickly summoned a large number of puppets. In addition, he also summoned the Unicorn Ancient Tribe's people who were controlled by Yi Xian. Chapter 1979. Shi Xingyu, go to hell. At this time, the Sword Celestial Avatar suddenly roared. Black Horn opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying attack. The Devouring Dragon's Roar. No. Shi Xingyu's eyes widened as if he could not believe that he would end up like this. Unfortunately, it was a foregone conclusion. Boom! The Devouring Dragon's roar engulfed Shi Xingyu's original body in an instant. Shi Xingyu's Unicorn bloodline and Immortal Phoenix bloodline were a little different from Yi Xian's. After his original body died, the Immortal Avatar would be buried with him. In an instant, the 6 merged Shi Xingyu disappeared from the world. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host has killed the owner of the bloodline. The system rewards the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and Immortal Phoenix bloodline to evolve once. After hearing the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian felt that the system was too stingy. It was not easy for him to kill Shi Xingyu and only evolve his bloodline twice. Wasn't that too stingy? However, in general, the matter was settled. With Shi Xingyu's death, the mission was completed. Yi Xian could finally use the time reversal skill. At this time, the experts of the 100 Battle Valley had finished off all the experts of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. In order to win, we have to kill the other party's leader and destroy the other party's military flag. Then, someone will descend. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley thought to himself. He searched for a while and finally found the military flag of the Unicorn Ancient Tribe. Crack! With a crisp sound, the military flag was cut down. The 100 Battle Valley had won a great victory. Brother Yi, it's all thanks to you that we can win this time. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley said to Yi Xian. We were just doing what we wanted. Yi Xian replied with a smile. At this time, he, who could use the eyes of the void, took his original body and hid it in Blackhorn's body. What made him curious was who had created this purgatory battlefield. Who was controlling this purgatory battlefield? Just as he was surprised, a powerful pressure suddenly spread out. Everyone turned their heads to look and found that the protective array formation in the air had also been broken. Then, a figure slowly descended from the sky. A sacred venerate? The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley trembled after sensing it. The newcomer was a sacred venerate expert who was stronger than a sacred emperor. This middle-aged Saint Venerable slowly descended from the sky like a deity. He then looked around and his gaze landed on the Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley. According to the agreement, your 100 Battle Valley can leave the purgatory battlefield after destroying the ancient Qilin clan, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. Thank you, my lord. The Valley Master of 100 Battle Valley said hurriedly. However, at this moment, the middle-aged Saint Venerable suddenly said something that made the Valley Master of the 100 Battles Valley curious. He paused for a moment before continuing. The people who made the agreement with you weren't from my Devil Spirit ancient country, but the Vicissitude Flame ancient country. Your 100 Battle Valley annihilated the ancient Qilin clan and caused my master to lose a territory to them. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Didn't they say they could leave as long as they won? Why did they go back on their words? Indeed, the person who made the agreement with the Valley Master was not the middle-aged sacred venerate, but the envoy from the Ashen Flame ancient country. The middle-aged sacred venerate belonged to the sacred venerate ancient country, and he was the one who wanted the unicorn to win. Yi Xian finally understood the situation of the purgatory battlefield. It turned out that this was a battlefield established by the sacred venerate ancient country and the Ashen Flame ancient country. The unicorn represented the sacred venerate ancient country, while the 100 Battle Valley represented the Ashen Flame ancient country. Whichever side won would get the other's territory. Now that the 100 Battle Valley had won, the sacred venerate ancient country's envoy would not be polite. Lord, you can't do this. The Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley suddenly said. Humph, I'm already being benevolent by not killing you all, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that after surviving one calamity, they would face another calamity. Their luck was really bad. Yi Xian also felt very helpless. Although Shi Xingyu was already dead, he could still use the time reversal skill. However, the time reversal skill could not return to yesterday. To be precise, it could only return to a certain moment after Shi Xingyu's death. In that case, the time reversal skill was useless in this situation. Even if they could they escape the eyes of a sacred venerate? Moreover, Yi Xian felt that this sacred venerate was not ordinary. He represented the sacred venerate ancient country, so he might not be a low-level sacred venerate, but a mid-level sacred venerate. Just as everyone was in despair, another figure flew over from the horizon. Sacred venerate ancient country's envoy, we meet again. A long-haired youth flew over and grinned. Seeing this, the middle-aged sacred venerate's expression changed. It seemed that his plan to bring these people away was ruined. Ashen Flame Envoy, I trust you have been well since we last met, said the middle-aged sacred venerate. My Ashen Flame ancient country won this battle. These people should be brought away by me, right? Said the long-haired youth. That's right. I thought that you were not coming, so I wanted to bring them away, nodded the middle-aged sacred venerate. The long-haired youth faintly smiled and said, "May I ask, what do you want to do by bringing them away?" "They caused my master to lose the Red Dragon territory. I want to send them to the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate and let them suffer," said the middle-aged sacred venerate without any trace of euphemism. Although they did not know where the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate were, the people of Hundred Battle Valley knew that it was not a good place. However, the long-haired youth was very familiar with the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate. After all, it was a terrifying place in the sacred venerate ancient country. "Huh, so that's how it is," laughed the long-haired youth. He used his saint power to envelop everyone and said, "Since this battle is over, I will not stay. I hope that your country can withdraw the Red Dragon territory's army and let us take over. My sacred venerate ancient country can still afford to lose. Farewell," said the middle-aged sacred venerate, then turned around and left alone. As for the survivors of the unicorn ancient country, he did not bother to care about them. A bunch of trash had caused the sacred venerate ancient country to lose a territory. It was already good enough that he did not kill them. After the middle-aged sacred venerate left, the long-haired youth turned around and looked at the crowd and said, "My name is Gu Tianlei. I am from the Ashen Flame ancient country. Since you have helped my Ashen Flame ancient country to win the Red Dragon territory, my master will definitely reward you greatly." "Thank you, my lord," said the Valley Master of Hundred Battle Valley immediately. "All right, let's go." Gu Tianlei nodded and immediately left with everyone. This time, it was a daunting experience. Fortunately, the Ashen Flame envoy had come. Otherwise, they would have been in deep trouble. "Lord Envoy, where are the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate?" Chapter 1980. The 9 gates of hell are the prisons of the Devil Spirit ancient country. It is a terrifying place. No matter who enters that place, they will never be able to come out. Gu Tianlei replied. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill running down their spines. They felt that they were really lucky this time. However, right at this moment, "Young man, your aptitude is not bad. Are you interested in making a deal with me?" Gu Tianlei's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was a little surprised when he heard this because Gu Tianlei was talking to him through voice transmission. "What kind of deal?" Yi Xian asked curiously. "Actually, before the battle ended, I have been paying attention to you. Your aptitude is very high, maybe you can help me complete a mission." Gu Tianlei paused for a moment before continuing. "Just now, I mentioned that there is someone from my Ashen Flame Empire in the 9 gates of hell. I hope you can enter the 9 gates of hell and bring him out. If that's the case, why don't you ask the Devil Spirit ancient country for him?" Yi Xian asked curiously. His identity is a little special. He accidentally entered the 9 gates of hell when he was seriously injured. If the Devil Spirit ancient country's people know about it, his life will be in danger. Therefore, this is the only way. If you can complete the mission, my Ashen Flame ancient country will definitely reward you greatly," Gu Tianlei said. Yi Xian was silent because he felt that this matter was very unusual. That person should be a big shot from the Ashen Flame ancient country who accidentally entered the 9 gates of hell and needed someone to rescue him. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Enter the 9 gates of hell and rescue the Ashen Flame ancient country's Prince Rong. A system notification rang in his ears. He actually triggered a random mission. Not bad. There is no reward. That means it has something to do with my efficiency. The faster I rescue the person, the higher the reward. Yi Xian thought in his heart and made a decision. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Gu Tianlei. "All right, I agree." Straightforward. Gu Tianlei raised his eyebrows and said, "Since that's the case, I will hand you over to the Devil Spirit Envoy and say that you contradicted me." "All right." Then, Gu Tianlei set up a formation and surrounded the Valley Master of the 100 Battle Valley and the others. Then, he brought Yi Xian back alone. His speed was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to catch up to the Demon Spirit Envoy. During this period of time, Gu Tianlei had already given Yi Xian a large amount of rewards, enough for him to break through to the holy sovereign level. The middle-aged saint sovereign had already sensed Gu Tianlei's arrival. He turned around and saw that Gu Tianlei was carrying Yi Xian like a chicken. Devil Spirit Emissary, I have a request. Gu Tianlei said. The middle-aged saint nodded and said, that's a piece of cake. He didn't doubt it at all. After all, Gu Tianlei and Yi Xian were acting very well. Moreover, there was nothing to doubt about him. Of course, if he knew that Prince Rome of the Ashen Flame Empire had fallen into the 9 gates of hell, he wouldn't think so. Then, Gu Tianlei threw Yi Xian to the middle-aged Saint Venerable. Gu Tianlei said with a cold face, boy, if you have made up your mind, you can send me a message at any time. Don't even think about it. Yi Xian snorted. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. After you enter the 9 gates of hell, you will definitely kneel and beg me. Gu Tianlei then cupped his fists at the middle-aged Saint Venerable and said, farewell. Then, he left. Then, the middle-aged Saint Venerable rushed to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country with Yi Xian in his hand. 2 days later, the middle-aged Saint Venerable arrived with him. He then threw Yi Xian to a person. That person then threw Yi Xian into a one-way teleportation formation. In the end, Yi Xian was sent into the terrifying 9 gates of hell. Other than the reward, Gu Tianlei also gave me a jade token that can sense Prince Rome's location. Yi Xian looked around and directly picked up the jade tablet to take a look, but there was no reaction. This meant that Prince Rome wasn't in the first gate of hell. There are a total of 9 gates of hell. I'm currently in the first gate of hell. What's so special about this place? Yi Xian looked around. Other than the darkness around him, there was nothing special about this place. He then released the old tree, Heaven Breaker, and Black Horn and hid himself inside Black Horn's body. Wei Zhentian had refreshed the demonic dragon's heart recently, so Black Horn was still at his peak. As long as he didn't encounter a Saint Venerable, he should be fine. However, he learned from Gu Tianlei that there was a Saint Venerable in the first gate of hell. However, this wouldn't be a threat to Yi Xian now. After all, he could use the time reversal skill now. Once he encountered a problem, he could reverse time. However, at this moment. Hiss! Suddenly, the first gate of hell shook violently, and a soul-stirring scream rang out. F***CK. Yi Xian didn't know what was going on. He felt like his head was about to explode. After a long while, the scream stopped. What the hell was that? Why was the scream so miserable? Moreover, it wouldn't hurt his soul. It would only give him a headache. What the hell was that? I don't know where the scream came from. Yi Xian was a little helpless. He was at a loss. No matter what, he should find the person first. Soon, the old tree encountered a person. Then, Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and went over. This person was only an 8th-rank Saint Emperor. He was easily swallowed by Black Horn and had his soul searched by Wei Zhentian. Now, Yi Xian had some understanding of the 9 gates of hell. He was currently at the first gate of hell's 9 gates. There was nothing special here, but there would be a heart-wrenching scream every day. It was soul-stirring. No one knew where this scream came from. In any case, it would happen once every day. Moreover, it wouldn't hurt one's soul. It would only give one a headache. It was fine if it happened once or twice, but if it continued for a long time, it would become a kind of torture. It was even said that some people couldn't stand it and committed suicide. Listening to this kind of scream for a month is a very scary thing, let alone a year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 10,000 years. Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder. He understood why people would commit suicide. Chapter 1981. Whatever, let's find the entrance to the second stage of the 9 gates first. Yi Xian thought in his heart as he flew in a certain direction. There was a city there. The 9 gates of the hell were filled with prisoners from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation. They could never leave the 9 gates of the hell, so they had to live there. However, when they thought of that sound, their hair would stand on end and their bodies would tremble. Therefore, many people left the first stage of the hell and went to the second stage. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the city. He asked around and found out the location of the second stage of the hell. To go from the first stage to the second stage of the hell, one has to go through a long cableway. However, this long cableway is not easy to pass even for a Saint Venerable expert, Yi Xian thought to himself. There was nothing special about the long cableway, but once someone stepped on it, they would hear a heart-wrenching sound and then fall into the abyss. No one knew what was at the bottom of the abyss, but they knew from the jade plate of life that those who fell into the abyss died without exception. Now that I can use the time reversal skill, I don't have to be afraid of this long cableway. Thinking of this, Yi Xian directly moved. About half a day later, he arrived at the long cableway. This long cableway was not long. If Blackhorn flew at full speed, he could reach it in about half a minute. If it was a Saint Venerable expert, it would be faster. However, there was a formation on this long cableway that prevented flying, so one could only travel by foot. Let's go and have a look, Yi Xian immediately said. Old Tree, Heaven Breaker, and Blackhorn immediately stepped on the long cableway. At first, nothing happened, but when they were 1/10 of the way, screams rang out. Yi Xian did not hear it, but Old Tree and the other two heard it. The heart-wrenching screams made them stop. The piercing pain in their heads made them unable to move even half a step. In the end, Old Tree and the other two fell off the long cableway and disappeared into the dark abyss. The screams continued, and soon, Yi Xian heard 3 system notifications. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn died. Ding! Heaven-breaking Ape God died. Ding! Devouring Black Scale Dragon died. Old Tree and the other two were all dead. However, before they died, Yi Xian saw a figure through their eyes. So it's the rare Saint Beast, Agonizing Banshee. Yi Xian immediately understood. The Agonizing Banshee was a special kind of divine beast. Although its attack power was not high, its cries could directly attack one's soul. If the Agonizing Banshee used its full strength, even an expert of the same level would have their soul shattered. This Agonizing Banshee should have been tamed by the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation and thrown in here. It was at least at the level of a Saint Venerable. Its cry no longer had the effect of attacking the soul. It would only give the people in the first level of the Ghost Gate a headache, but that was enough. However, this was nothing to Yi Xian. At that moment, Yi Xian allowed the sword immortal clone to pass through the long rope. When he was 1/10 of the way, the screams rang out again. However, it was useless against the invincible sword immortal clone. Soon, the sword immortal clone passed through the long rope and arrived at the second level. Yi Xian then used the clone swap skill to switch places with the sword immortal clone. He then put away the peerless swords. There were 9 stages in the gates of hell, and each stage was more difficult than the previous one. If one were to compare, the first stage would have the most people because there was no danger at all. They would only hear the screams once a day. As for the second stage of the 9 stages of the Ghost Gate, it was called the Flaming Stage. The temperature was so high that once one stepped into it, the saint energy in one's body would continuously dissipate. If one was not strong enough, he would become a cripple after entering the second stage of the Ghost Gate until he died. Once the saint power was depleted, those who were not strong enough or had no tricks up their sleeves would be roasted to death. However, this was not a threat to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who possessed the immortal Ichilan bloodline and the immortal divine Phoenix bloodline, had an extremely strong fire resistance. In addition to the immortal divine Phoenix bloodline's super recovery ability, this environment didn't have much of an effect on him. However, Yi Xian's cultivation level was too low. He could only hide in Blackhorn's body. Prince Rong is also not in the second stage of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian tried to take out the sensor token but did not get any response. Therefore, Prince Rong should be in the 3rd level or later. Prince Rong was the prince of the ancient kingdom of Vicissitude's Flame. He was also the brother of the ancient kingdom's emperor. He was severely injured in a great battle and was accidentally sent into the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Now that he had more or less recovered some of his strength, he probably wouldn't wander around the 1st and 2nd levels of the Ghost Gate. After all, he wanted to go out himself. In that case, Yi Xian had to find the entrance to the 3rd level of the Ghost Gate. During his journey, he broke through to the 4th level of the Holy King realm. Old Tree and Padian were also 8th level Holy Kings. They were 1 level below Black Horn. Black Horn would be able to break through in another 10 days. When that time came, he would be even more powerful. This way, Yi Xian would be safer in the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. At this moment. Yi Xian, you've entered the 9th level of the Ghost Gate? Gu Tianlei suddenly sent a message. Yes, I've reached the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian replied. Good. Please be careful. After replying with a few words, Yi Xian continued on his way. This time, he met someone on the way. Based on the person's aura, he was a holy venerable. Although this person's aura is strong, he looks depressed. He must have stayed in the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate for a long time. This means that his battle strength is not that strong. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to attack. Black Horn, Sword Immortal Clone, go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. The other party had also noticed Yi Xian. However, he was very surprised by Yi Xian's cultivation level. Are you going to attack me? Good boy, you're courting death. The Holy Venerable was furious. He directly slapped Black Horn, instantly turning him into minced meat. What a powerful attack. Those who can reach the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate should be Holy Venerable. Otherwise, they're just here to die. With my current strength, I don't think I can survive the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Yi Xian thought about it and decided to use time reversal to return to when he had just entered the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. Then, he decided to go into seclusion for a while. At the entrance to the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate, at the end of the long cableway. This seclusion lasted for 10 days. Chapter 1982. Now, with Black Horn and the demonic dragon's heart, he could probably fight against a Saint Venerable. After all, he had the help of the Sword Celestial Clone and the Old Tree, as well as the environment. As for the demonic dragon's heart, Yi Xian did not hesitate to take back the Eye of Perception. After obtaining 2 devouring points, he used 1 point to stabilize the demonic dragon's heart. After the breakthrough, Yi Xian continued on his way. Half a day later, he met someone. Although it was not the person who slapped Black Horn into minced meat, he was about a 1st-rank Saint Venerable based on his aura. Black Horn, Sword Celestial Clone, Old Tree, go. Yi Xian ordered. In an instant, Black Horn and the other 2 charged over and began to fight. Whether it was Black Horn or the Old Tree, they both had immortal bodies. The Sword Celestial Clone was even more so. He would not die even if he died. Under the joint attack of the 3, the 1st-rank Saint Venerable was quickly defeated. He was then swallowed into Black Horn's devouring space. Soul search. Then, Yi Xian asked Wei Zhentian to search the person's soul. He found out some things about the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate. As for the location of the 3rd level of the Ghost Gate, he did not know. Continue. Because of the immortal Phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian could move without restrictions. If it were anyone else, they would have to stop after a while to recover their saint power. Otherwise, they would be exhausted. Young master, there are people fighting here. After a while, the Old Tree sent news. Yi Xian saw 2 figures fighting through his eyes. Immediately, Yi Xian broke through the void and went over. He liked it the most when 2 people were fighting because he could be the fisherman every time. He would only attack when both sides were injured. After watching for a while, he discovered the reason for the battle between the 2 of them. This was the 2nd level of the Ghost Gate, the Flame Gate. Due to the high temperature, the Saint Qi in the air was very violent. Some people would absorb the Saint Qi in the air when their Saint Qi was depleted and they did not have the support of pills. Therefore, these people were affected by the violent saint power and became very violent. Their minds were affected and they began to beat up everyone they saw. Yi Xian had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline and the immortal phoenix bloodline, so he did not need to worry about this. At this time, the person with the violent saint power had already severely injured his opponent. Very soon, he was killed. Alright, make your move. Yi Xian saw the opportunity and immediately ordered his sword immortal avatar to take action. Eye of Assassination. The sword immortal clone was the first to flash behind the berserk holy venerate and slashed out with his sword. Bang! But unexpectedly, a surge of violent saint power gushed out from the opponent's body, and forcefully sent the sword immortal clone flying. However, the sword immortal avatar did not give up. He used the Eye of Assassination again. Although the death pursuit order had a limit on the number of times it could be used, the Eye of Assassination did not. The most troublesome thing about the sword immortal avatar was that after using the death pursuit order to mark the opponent, he could use the Eye of Assassination indefinitely. It was very annoying. In addition, the old tree had also transformed into his original form and began to attack. Although his strength was weak, he had an increase in strength in an environment like the flame stage. Of course, the strongest was Black Horn. After fusing with the demonic dragon's heart and sharing the immortal phoenix bloodline, even a second-rank holy venerate would not be able to do anything to him. Very soon, this first-rank holy venerate whose mind was affected by the violent saint power was killed. Then Yi Xian searched his and the other corpse's soul again. This time, he finally found out the location of the third ghost gate. The third ghost gate level requires one to pass through a path of flames. There is abundant Saint Chi there, but it is extremely violent. Ordinary people will be affected by it if they walk through it. It is recommended that a third-rank holy venerate pass through it. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. If that was the case, he could pass through this path of flames and enter the third ghost gate level. The 9 levels of the ghost gate were actually considered a region. There were many cities and teleportation formations inside. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the path of flames through the teleportation formation. Coincidentally, there were 2 people who were preparing to enter the path of flames. By the time Yi Xian arrived, they had already entered. Let's take a look first. Yi Xian stopped. He did not immediately let the old tree and the others enter. Instead, he wanted to wait and see. There was no end to this path of flames. However, Yi Xian saw that the 2 people who had just entered the path of flames suddenly began to attack each other after walking for a while. Rumble. The sound of battle could be heard from the path of flames. Very soon, one of them was killed. As for the other, he did not even collect his corpse and disappeared from Yi Xian's sight. This path of flames is indeed not simple. However, it still does not affect me. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then, he let the old tree and the others move out. Old tree, the sword celestial avatar, and Blackhorn entered the path of flames together and began to move forward quickly. However, after walking for a while, there was a change. Old tree and Blackhorn began to attack each other. In the end, the old tree was killed by Blackhorn. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn is dead. Ding! Infernal God Unicorn is resurrected. After the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian summoned the old tree. Young master, I could not resist the violent holy chi. I lost my mind. Old tree said with some shame. It's okay. Yi Xian smiled and said, Sword Celestial Avatar, take Blackhorn back. At this time, Blackhorn was beating up the Sword Celestial Avatar in the path of flames. Blackhorn was also affected. It was strange that he was not under Yi Xian's control. In the next moment, the Sword Celestial Avatar took Blackhorn into the devouring space. This path of flames could only be taken by the Sword Celestial Avatar in an invincible state. The invincible Sword Celestial Avatar began to go deeper and then took the corpse. This was not the first time that such an attack had happened. There might be other corpses in this path of flames. Sure enough, after the Sword Celestial Avatar walked for a while, he came across another corpse. Then, the Sword Celestial Avatar took it. After losing their minds, they did not care about these benefits. They only knew how to fight. Along the way, the sword celestial avatar came across many corpses. Obviously, no one had passed through the path of flames before, so Yi Xian took advantage of them. However, the sword celestial avatar soon came across a person. This time, it was not a corpse, but a living person. This person was the one who had killed his companion. This was not the point. The point was that the other party was a second-grade sacred venerable. If they were outside, Yi Xian might be able to fight with him. At most, he would exhaust the other party to death. Chapter 1983. Fortunately, the sword celestial clone was an unkillable cockroach. When facing the opponent, he immediately used the eye of assassination to flash behind the opponent. Then, the opponent quickly turned around and punched the sword celestial clone, sending him flying. This person is a second-grade sacred venerate. Even Blackhorn can't fight him, let alone the sword celestial clone. So, why don't we let him fight the Road of Flames? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This was a good idea. If there was no one else on the Road of Flames, the sword celestial clone could leave on foot. However, there were people blocking the way, so he could only use this method. He was sent flying. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard. That second-grade sacred venerate punched the sword celestial clone again and again, sending him flying countless times. Even a third-grade sacred venerate would be severely injured after taking so many punches. Fortunately, the sword celestial clone was invincible, so he was spared. Soon, the sword celestial clone encountered a second living person. Then, the two people attacked each other and killed each other. The sword celestial clone took the corpse and sent it flying again. About half a day later, the sword celestial clone was finally sent flying out of the Road of Flames. Moreover, the person who sent him flying continued to attack because he had lost his mind. Void positioning. Yi Xian quickly let the sword celestial clone locate the person, then let Blackhorn break through the void and go over. The third level of the Ghost Gate was called the Ice Level. As the name suggested, it was a land of ice and snow, a stark contrast to the second level of the Ghost Gate, the Flame Level. After entering the third level of the Ghost Gate, the person who had lost his mind due to the violent holy qi in his body had been suppressed, and he had recovered. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had also put away the unparalleled sword, and the sword celestial clone disappeared. I passed. The second-grade sacred venerate was a little surprised, but he didn't see his companion who entered the Road of Flames with him. After thinking about it, he knew the reason, so he sighed helplessly and left alone. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the sword celestial clone, he probably would have continued to wander on the Road of Flames and couldn't kill his way out. However, the following frigid ice stage would be even more brutal than the blazing flame stage. This land of ice and snow would freeze their saint energy. If they could not use their saint energy, they would be frozen to death. Even rank 2 sacred venerables were in danger of dying there. Only rank 3 sacred venerables could move around there. I've heard that this frigid ice pass is very peaceful. After all, everyone wants to preserve their lives. They won't wander outside, and definitely won't fight. As Yi Xian thought to himself, he broke through the void and went from the flame pass to the ice pass. As soon as he landed, he felt the chill around him. He was inside Blackhorn's body. If it wasn't for Blackhorn's protection, he would have been frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Xian immediately checked the token, but there was still no reaction. It seemed that Prince Roan was no longer in the third stage of the gates of hell. Continue. Yi Xian started to let Blackhorn fly over the land of ice and snow. He had to understand the ice pass first. Like before, he spread out his search and found a person in the ice pass. Then, he let Blackhorn devour him. From the third stage of the gates of hell to the fourth stage of the gates of hell, one had to pass through a mountain range of ice and snow. If one's strength was not enough, they would not be able to pass through and would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Yi Xian felt that it would not be a problem to let the sword celestial clone enter. However, the fourth stage of the gates of hell required one to be at least a rank 3 sacred venerables. Therefore, Yi Xian stayed at the third stage of the gates of hell for a few more days. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 7 sacred king. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Weizhentian, Sky-breaking Divine Ape, Devouring Black Scale Dragon have broken through. Currently, you are a rank 2 Sacred Lord. Since they had broken through, they could move on to the next stage. This time, Yi Xian still let the sword celestial clone move. Soon, they passed through the mountain range of ice and snow and arrived at the fourth stage of the gates of hell. Just like before, he took out the sensor token the moment he landed. However, this time, it was out of his expectations. There was a reaction from the sensor token. Prince Rong is in the northwest direction. Yi Xian's eyes widened. After searching for so long, he finally found Prince Rong. Yi Xian immediately rushed towards the northwest direction. The fourth stage of the gates of hell was called the Wild Wind Stage. There would be fierce winds blowing at all times. If one was not careful, one's head would be separated from his body. In comparison, the first stage was much easier, even if it was the frigid ice stage and the blazing flame stage. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Xian had only run a few steps when a fierce wind appeared. Blackhorn's body was too big, so it was not easy to dodge. He accidentally lost a large piece of his flesh. It's so strong. If it hit his head, he would be dead. Yi Xian shuddered. This wind blade was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Even a rank 4 sacred venerables might not be able to withstand it. However, this did not stop Yi Xian's footsteps at all. After a while, he came to an area with relatively fewer wind blades. At this moment, the sensor token was emitting a white light. Yi Xian checked the direction and continued on his way. As long as he found Prince Rong, he would have completed half of his mission. The other half was to bring Prince Rong out of the 9th stage of the gates of hell. The light became more and more dazzling. Yi Xian looked in that direction and finally saw an ice sculpture. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed. Did something unexpected happen? He quickly rushed over and checked. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Tianlei had shown him Prince Rong's appearance before, but this ice sculpture was not Prince Rong. Then, why did the sensor token sense him? Yi Xian quickly put the ice sculpture into the devouring space because it was already dead. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a strange place. This was the 4th stage of the gates of hell, not the 3rd stage of the frigid ice stage. Why was there an ice sculpture here? Moreover, this ice sculpture should have been here for some time. Why was it not shattered by the wind blades? Yi Xian took out the ice sculpture again and tried it out. He discovered that the ice sculpture was actually able to block the wind blades. Which expert used an ice attribute martial art to freeze this person? Yi Xian was a little curious. Now, there was another problem. The person who froze this person was probably of a high cultivation level. He could even block the wind blades. So, how was Yi Xian going to break the layer of ice on the outside? Yi Xian put the ice sculpture into the devouring space again. In this place, he was the king. However, what surprised him was that even he could not break the layer of ice. In that case, he could only try the second method. Old Tree, try it first. Yi Xian let Old Tree do it. The latter was the infernal god Unicorn, who had extremely powerful flames. Chapter 1984. I don't believe it. Unicorn's sky-burning flame. Old Tree widened its eyes and opened its mouth, using its most powerful attack. Boom! Old Tree's most powerful attack covered the ice sculpture, but it was to no avail. How terrifying! Black Horn, try the devouring dragon's roar. Yi Xian said again. Roar! Black Horn roared at the sky and spat out a black dragon's breath at the ice sculpture. Unfortunately, the ice sculpture's defense was too strong. Even the devouring dragon's roar was useless against it. Only a 5th grade sacred venerate could do that, right? Or a 6th grade sacred venerate. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He had used the perception token to find this ice sculpture, but he could not break this ice sculpture. In that case, he would not be able to find out why the person inside the ice sculpture had Prince Rome's perception token. However, Yi Xian still had one last trump card. Celestial sword clone, break it. Yi Xian said again. The celestial sword clone started to attack. The celestial sword clone had Yi Xian's skills, which made him an invincible version of Yi Xian. Naturally, he had the ability to kill in one hit. However, this layer of ice crystals was too hard. It was unknown what level of expert had left it behind, so the sword immortal avatar took a long time to fix it. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had the engulfing space. One day outside was 1,000 years inside. Even so, the celestial sword clone spent an entire hour in the outside world to trigger the one-hit kill effect and break the layer of ice. The celestial sword clone had swung his sword countless times in the outside world. Now, he finally broke the layer of ice. Gotcha! At this moment, the ice layer had been shattered, and the corpse was exposed to the air. Yi Xian quickly went to check on it and asked Wei Zhentian to search its soul. However, the process of searching its soul took half a day in the outside world, which was about 500 years in the engulfing space. This person's cultivation level was very high. Heavens, he's a high-level sacred venerate. Yi Xian was shocked. However, Yi Xian already knew who the other party was. This person was one of the personal guards of the vicissitudes flame ancient country's Prince Rong. He had also entered the 9 stages of hell to search for Prince Rong. Previously, Yi Xian's detection token had sensed a small Dharma treasure in his body. This Dharma treasure was something that everyone in the personal guards had. In other words, Yi Xian did not sense Prince Rong this time. However, Yi Xian did benefit from the man's Cosmos Ring, which contained a lot of training resources. Gu Tianlei had also forgotten to tell Yi Xian that he had sent a team of bodyguards and other people into the 9 gates of hell. This way, they could continuously check the 9 gates of hell to see if Prince Rong was in a special place that had not been detected. Perhaps, he might even be in the 1st stage of hell. Yi Xian searched the soul of Prince Rong's personal guard. From the latter's memory, he could see that it was a white-robed man who had frozen him to this state with just one strike. Moreover, this white-robed man did not even care about his Cosmos Ring, nor was he afraid of the wind blades of the 4th stage of hell. He had directly left. This demonic spirit ancient country was really scary. They even took in an 8th grade sacred venerate and even a 9th grade sacred venerate. After the personal guard's body was absorbed into the devouring space, Yi Xian's detection token did not respond. It seemed that he had to continue the investigation. Soon, he found the path to the 5th stage of hell. It was a gale valley. The wind blades attacked at a very high frequency. Even a 4th grade sacred venerate would have a high chance of dying. Unfortunately, even if the wind blades were 10 times stronger, they could not do anything to the sword celestial clone. However, the wind blades were disorderly. The sword celestial clone was constantly repelled. It actually took him several days to pass through the Gale Valley. However, he finally passed. At the same time, Yi Xian's cultivation level had also increased. He had reached 8th grade Sacred King. Old Tree and Black Horn had also broken through to 3rd grade Sacred Lord. Their cultivation levels were still too low. The faster I complete the mission of rescuing Prince Rong, the better the reward. I have been in the 9th stage of hell for a month now. If I complete it, I wonder what kind of reward I will get. Yi Xian fantasized in his heart. However, the reward was still very far away from him. At this moment, he had already arrived at the 5th stage of hell. He had just arrived and did not know what the 5th stage was, so he could only experience it for himself. He looked around but did not find anything strange. However, at this moment, a clap of thunder suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble. This clap of thunder directly struck Blackhorn's body and then transmitted to Yi Xian, who was in Blackhorn's body. In an instant, Yi Xian felt his vision turn black. He was dead. What? Dead? Yi Xian's last clone was scared out of his wits. He quickly used the time reversal skill and returned to the time before he entered the 5th stage of hell. Then, he specially went to the 4th stage of hell to investigate and found out. The 5th stage of hell was called the Thunder Stage. Those who entered the 5th stage of hell were not allowed to stay in an area for more than 3 seconds. Otherwise, lightning would strike. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before he was instantly killed by the lightning. So that's how it is. So we have to keep moving? Yi Xian immediately understood. Then, he let the Sword Saint clone pass through the Gale Canyon and arrived at the 5th stage of hell again. This time, he immediately began to move, not stopping even for a single step. This stage was really strange. It was a stark contrast to the ice stage. The ice stage was too cold. Everyone was maintaining their sacred power, so they usually did not walk outside. However, in the thunder stage, one had to keep moving, so people could be seen everywhere. Prince Rong is also not at the 5th stage of hell. That means he is at the 6th stage or even later. Yi Xian had a headache. No matter what, he had to find the way to the 6th stage first. However, because he was anxious to find Prince Rong as soon as possible, he passed the stage a little too quickly. Therefore, his realm was not high enough. It was difficult for him to move people in this stage because there were people running everywhere. If he fought here, he might be targeted. At the same time, this stage would greatly limit one's movement. While moving quickly, one would not have much time to cultivate. Usually, those who passed the 9th stage of hell would have a higher realm when they were caught, so they could easily deal with it. This time, Yi Xian stayed in the thunder stage for a few days before he found the way to the 6th stage. That place was called the Land of Lightning. There was no rule to the lightning. When it struck the ground, it would spread out. It was 10 times more terrifying than the Gale Canyon. Yi Xian used the Sword Saint clone again and easily passed this stage. He arrived at the 6th stage of hell. Chapter 1985. Compared to the 6th gate, the Thunder Gate was child's play. The environment of the 6th gate would continuously corrode a martial artist's flesh and blood. If one wanted to survive here, they would need to have a strong constitution. If Yi Xian was exposed to the air, he might not even last a second. Even with the immortal Phoenix bloodline's rapid recovery speed, it would be useless. After a second, he would be corroded into nothing. Fortunately, Black Horn, the heart of the demon dragon, and the immortal Phoenix bloodline could survive here. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Prince Rong in the 6th gate. Yi Xian started to investigate again and found the entrance to the 7th gate. What surprised him was that with his current ability, he was corroded into nothingness in less than 10 seconds after entering the dark abyss. The speed of recovery and corrosion were not proportional at all. It was an instant kill. Helpless, Yi Xian could only use the time reversal skill again to return to the past and let the Sword Celestial clone pass. The 8th gate of the Ghost Gate was called the Daybreak Gate. The surroundings were white and there were no other colors. It was very bright, and one would feel dizzy if one looked at it for too long. In this gate, most people had to close their eyes and move forward. Furthermore, their senses would be greatly reduced. No matter how strong one was, they would lose their way. However, this time, the sensory token in Yi Xian's hand finally reacted. Let's go. Using this reaction, Yi Xian found his way. The 7th gate of the Ghost Gate was a place that only 7th rank sacred venerables could enter. However, Yi Xian came here as a 9th rank sacred king. He was very brave. Most people's senses would be reduced here and they would not be able to open their eyes. However, Yi Xian had the help of the Sword Celestial clone, so his vision was wider. Coupled with the sensory token, he quickly found his target. In front of him, an old man sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed. He did not move at all. He did not even notice Yi Xian approaching. I finally found him. Yi Xian looked at the old man's face and his eyes lit up. Finally, he found him. The sword's celestial clone continued forward and finally stepped into the old man's perception range. "Sir, please wait," Prince Rong said without opening his eyes. "Senior, I was entrusted by someone to come and find you," the sword immortal avatar said. When Prince Rong heard this, he could not help but open his eyes to take a look. He realized that the sword immortal avatar's face was very unfamiliar. "Who sent you?" Prince Rong asked in surprise. "Gu Tianlei," Yi Xian answered directly. "It's him." Prince Rong immediately understood. Gu Tianlei was the #1 bodyguard of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's emperor. Since he had gone missing, Gu Tianlei was ordered to investigate. He sent quite a few people in before, but only 2 of them found me, and they're both dead. You're quite lucky to be able to find me. Prince Rong shook his head. But what's the use of finding them? We don't know the exact locations of the 9 gates of hell, so we can only rely on ourselves. Then, Senior, do you know where the entrance to the 8 gates is? Yi Xian asked. I do know, but I've been there once and almost died inside. It's already beyond my expectations that you're able to make it here. Don't tell me you want to go to the 8 gates of hell? Prince Rong nodded. He had already recovered to the 7th grade sacred venerate realm, but his strength was not enough to go to the 8 gates of hell, so it was better to stay in the 7th gate. Although he could only open his eyes for a short while here, it was not dangerous, so most people would choose to cultivate here. That's not necessarily true. If I can make it to the 7th gate, I naturally have the ability to go to the 8 gates. Senior, you just need to tell me the location. Yi Xian said. Fine, since you want to take a look, then go ahead. There's no direction here, but I know where it is. Follow me. Prince Rong said as he stood up, then turned around and walked in the direction behind him. Yi Xian hurriedly followed him. After some time, he arrived at the end of the 7th gate. It turned out that Prince Rong was able to find this place because he had a treasure that could be used to identify directions. You can't open your eyes in here. Once you do, you'll immediately pass out and your senses will be extremely low. You have to find the exit from this entrance to reach the 8 gates. Prince Rong said. I see. Yi Xian nodded, then let the sword immortal clone enter to take a look. Is this a puppet? Prince Rong reminded the sword immortal clone when he saw it. Previously, there were people who wanted to use puppets to enter, but they all lost. Senior, don't worry. This puppet of mine is not ordinary. Yi Xian only smiled. At this moment, the sword immortal clone had already entered. He had an invincible body, and his eyes had been open since the beginning. It was Prince Rong's first time seeing someone who could do this. Perhaps he could really pass the 8 gates? Although there was no direction in the 8 gates, Yi Xian could sense the sword immortal clone's location and then go in the opposite direction. Soon, he found the exit and left. There doesn't seem to be anything special about the 8th gate. Yi Xian suddenly said. Prince Rong was stunned when he heard that. He asked in shock, You passed it? Yes, but there's nothing special about the 8th gate. Yi Xian nodded. I didn't expect you to actually pass it. King Rong found it unbelievable, but he did not ask any further. He only said, I heard that the 8th stage of the Ghost Gate is an illusion stage. If one's strength is insufficient, they will fall into an illusion the moment they step in, never to wake up. I think so. I saw a few people standing in the same spot. They didn't move at all. Yi Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he would not hold back. This group of people had already fallen into the illusion. Some were laughing wretchedly, some were crying sadly, and some were even doing some kind of piston exercise. They were drunk. The sword immortal clone quickly went over and took their interspatial rings, then began to wander around. In the 8th gate, not everyone had fallen into the illusion. There were still some people with stronger minds. However, these people were cultivating in seclusion because they were already at the 8th gate. The next gate was the 9th gate. That was the last gate. Perhaps there was a way out there? If not for the fact that they wanted to leave, they would have stayed at the first gate. Why would they continue to advance? The sword immortal clone searched the 8th gate for a while and finally found the entrance to the 9th gate. The entrance to the 9th gate was actually a strengthened illusion array, but it was useless against the sword immortal clone. After a while, the sword immortal clone arrived at the 9th gate. Chapter 1986. Yi Xian didn't go over immediately. Instead, he let the sword immortal clone investigate. However, he didn't find anything special. Could it be that the 9th level was the same as the 8th? Was it an illusion level? That's why the sword immortal clone didn't find it? Just as Yi Xian was thinking about whether he should go over personally, someone suddenly approached him. How strange. It's actually a first-rank Saint Lord? An unfamiliar voice entered the sword immortal clone's ears. Yi Xian turned around and found that it was a young man. However, the young man's aura was very powerful. He was probably a 9th-rank Saint Lord. May I ask if there's any danger in this level? The sword immortal clone asked. Danger? No. The young man shook his head. There's no danger in the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. Apart from killing each other, no one else has died in this level. That can't be. This is the last level of the Ghost Gate. How can there be no danger? The sword immortal clone said in disbelief. There's indeed no danger. However, those who come to the 9th level will be trapped here and can't go out. The young man paused for a moment before continuing. Unless the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation comes to recruit, those who are willing to serve the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation can leave. The second method is to kill the Hellgate Cerberus at the end of the 9th level and escape. What's the three-headed hound's level? The sword immortal clone asked curiously. It's at least at the Sage Emperor level. It's said that it's the master of the 9th level of the Ghost Gate. If you want to leave the 9th level, you have to kill it. However, no one has succeeded, so no one knows if it's true or not. The young man shook his head. I see. Thank you. The sword immortal clone nodded and thanked him. You should be just a puppet. You're actually able to control a puppet to pass the level. That's pretty impressive. The young man looked like he understood the sword immortal clone. He then cupped his fist and said, farewell. The sword immortal clone looked at his departing figure and narrowed his eyes. Then Yi Xian reported the situation to Prince Rong. The three-headed hound of the Ghost Gate? I've heard of it. Prince Rong recalls for a while, then says, it's said that the warden of the ghost sect has raised this monster since it was a baby. It's very strong. Even Zeoists of the same level might not be able to defeat it. As for the warden, he is the crown prince of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. His strength is even stronger than the Hellgate Cerberus. However, very few people have seen him. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, if that's the case, then let's go to the 9th level of the Ghost Gate first. How do we get there? Prince Rong asked in surprise. Next, Yi Xian opened the Gate of Void. After they passed through it, they arrived at the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. It was the first time that Prince Rong, a 7th-grade sacred venerate, had made it to the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. Of course, a 1st-grade saint like Yi Xian was even more of a miracle. However, the 9th stage of the Ghost Gate did not only have 8th stage Holy Venerables and 9th stage Holy Venerables. There were also many Holy Lords and Holy Emperors. These people were the descendants of those who were trapped in the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. Therefore, Yi Xian's arrival was not unique. The 9th level of the Gates of Hell was not very big. Yi Xian looked around and found less than 100 high-level sacred venerates. Among them, there were more than 29th-grade sacred venerates. That youth said that the Devil Spirit Ancient Country might send people to recruit them. As long as these people agreed, they would be used by the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. At that time, they would leave the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. As for those who disobeyed, they would have to continue to stay here unless they could kill the Hellgate Cerberus. After a while, Yi Xian saw the mountain-sized Hellgate Cerberus. Its terrifying aura made Yi Xian's heart beat wildly. Prince Roan looked at the Hellgate Cerberus and slowly said, "Since the devil spirit ancient country wants to recruit these people, they probably won't kill them. They should only be repelling them." At this time, a person suddenly rushed toward the Hellgate Cerberus. It was a middle-aged man in blue. Yi Xian had a slight impression of him. This person was the expert who froze Prince Roan's personal guards into ice sculptures. Now that he was walking toward the Hellgate Cerberus, he might be challenging it. The Ice Emperor is finally going to challenge the Hellgate Cerberus. Let's go and see. The Devil Spirit Ancient Country's expert, the Ice Emperor, is finally going to make a move. The Ice Emperor is the patriarch of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country's Lin clan. No one knows what mistake he made, but he was sent to the 9th level of the Gates of Hell. It is said that when he was a 9th grade sacred venerate, he once fought against a sacred emperor and remained undefeated. If he can defeat the Hellgate Cerberus, he might be able to regain his freedom. However, the Hellgate Cerberus is not something an ordinary sacred emperor can compare to. Can he beat it? While those experts were talking, the Ice Emperor had already arrived in front of the Hellgate Cerberus. The Hellgate Cerberus had already noticed him and opened its 3 pairs of huge eyes. Ha! The Ice Emperor did not waste any time and directly launched an attack at the Hellgate Cerberus. Unfortunately, this attack did not even break through the Hellgate Cerberus's defense. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor could not help but stop. Although it was only one attack, he understood the difference between him and the Hellgate Cerberus. Therefore, he could only sigh and find a place to continue cultivating. Sigh, even the Ice Emperor can't break through its defense, let alone us. It's better for us to cultivate. If we can break through to the Sacred Emperor realm, maybe we can. Everyone shook their heads one after another and then went back to cultivate. As for Yi Xian, he was looking at the huge Hellgate Cerberus. Although the Sword Immortal Clone's attack was not strong, it had a one-hit kill effect. If it could be triggered, the Hellgate Cerberus would be instantly killed even if it was 10 times stronger. However, the last time Yi Xian used the Sword Immortal Clone to break through the ice layer, it took him 500 years. Now, if the Sword Immortal Clone was to attack the Sacred Emperor Cerberus, not to mention 500 years, even 1 year would be too long for Yi Xian. It's not like there's no way. As long as I can stay here for a month, there should be no problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. He was currently only a 1st-rank Saint Lord and Blackhorn was a 5th-rank Saint Lord. He could only fight against a 4th or 5th-rank Saint Venerable. However, if Yi Xian stayed here for a month, he would be able to break through to the 7th-rank Saint Lord. At that time, Blackhorn would be able to fight against the Sacred Emperor Cerberus. Don't forget that Yi Xian still had the Beast God Clock. When the time came, the Hellgate Cerberus would only be able to use 20% of its strength. Next, Yi Xian found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Prince Roan did the same. Chapter 1987. As long as Prince Roan was given some time, it shouldn't be a problem for him to recover to 9th-rank Saint Venerable. However, he would need a large amount of treasures to recover to Saint Emperor. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't rely on Prince Roan. He had to rely on himself. We'll see in a month. Yi Xian thought to himself. Wasn't it just a Saint Emperor Cerberus? What was there to be afraid of? After that, Yi Xian stayed in the 9th trial of the Ghost Gate for an entire month. After a month, he broke through from 1st-rank Saint Lord to 7th-rank Saint Lord. Old Tree, Black Horn, Heavenbreaker, and Wei Jintian all broke through to 2nd-rank Saint Emperor. Now, Blackhorn's strength was more or less enough to kill this Cerberus. I wonder if there's anyone behind this Cerberus. However, I have the time reversal skill. I'll kill it first. Yi Xian thought to himself as he summoned Blackhorn and entered his stomach. Someone is heading towards the Cerberus. Why is it only a Saint Emperor? This black dragon's aura is very different from the one I encountered before. What bloodline does it have? The experts who were trapped in the 9th level of the Gates of Hell were all astonished. Even Prince Roan didn't know what Yi Xian was going to do. If Blackhorn and Wei Jintian work together, it's almost impossible to kill them. However, if Wei Zhentian turns into the beast god clock, it should be easier. Yi Xian was in Blackhorn's body. After thinking for a while, he directly attacked the Cerberus. This move was the strongest move, the devouring dragon's roar. Furthermore, the beast god clock had also appeared. The Cerberus was instantly suppressed by 80% of its strength. The Cerberus sensed an extraordinary aura and immediately raised its head to look, only to discover a black pillar of flames shooting towards it. Roar! The Cerberus opened its 3 mouths and spat out 3 black pillars of fire. The 3 pillars of fire merged into one and collided with the devouring dragon's roar. However, this attack was instantly destroyed by the devouring dragon's roar. Boom! The devouring dragon roared as it pierced through the Cerberus's body. The devouring effect also devoured the Cerberus completely. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The Holy Emperor-level Cerberus had been insta-killed. The entire crowd was shocked. What's going on? Heavens! Even the Ice Emperor couldn't do anything to the Cerberus, but it was killed in an instant. That attack is so terrifying. It's at least 10 times stronger than the Ice Emperor's attack. The crowd was completely shocked. Yi Xian, who was inside Blackhorn's body, couldn't help but smile. He ordered Blackhorn to forcefully swallow Prince Rong. Prince Rong, I'll escort you out of here. Yi Xian did not care about the others and directly rushed through the door behind Cerberus. When that group of people saw this scene, they immediately rushed over. Previously, they were blocked by Cerberus behind this door. Now that Cerberus was dead, they might be able to leave this damned place. After Yi Xian passed through the door, he found that it was a dark place. There was no light, but this did not affect Yi Xian at all. Go to the south. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly ordered Blackhorn to go to the south. Previously, he had placed a death hunt order on Gu Tianlei. Gu Tianlei was in the south now, so that should be the Tsangyan ancient country. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, time bloodline evolution 1 time. Prince Rong was rescued, and Yi Xian's mission was completed. Perhaps because Yi Xian had been delayed for too long, the reward was not so attractive. However, this was not bad as it slowed down the speed of the devouring space. A day in the outside world was more than 2,000 years inside. This was too heaven-defying. After Yi Xian, a large number of prisoners came out of the 9 levels. It was likely that the Devil Spirit ancient country would be in chaos. I have rescued Prince Rong. Where are you? Yi Xian quickly sent a message to Gu Tianlei. What? You're out? Gu Tianlei was shocked. When he made a deal with Yi Xian, he thought that even if things went smoothly, it would take at least 10,000 years. He did not expect that Yi Xian only took a few months. This was too terrifying. Now that the Red Dragon territory has been taken over by my Tsangyan ancient country, quickly go to the Red Dragon territory. I will send someone to receive you. Gu Tianlei regained his senses and replied. Red Dragon territory? No problem. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This was the exit of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Although he did not know where it was, he could ask anyone. However, things were not that simple. At the moment when the Cerberus died, somewhere in the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, a young man suddenly opened his eyes. The Cerberus is dead? Did someone kill him? The young man raised his eyebrows. The Cerberus he mentioned was the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate, which was also his pet. And he was the warden of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Now that the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate was dead, it meant that the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate had been breached. As the warden, he naturally felt ashamed. Damn, you actually killed the Cerberus. See if I don't kill you. The young man's eyes flickered as he passed through several levels and stood in front of the gate. At this time, the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate's body had been completely devoured. There was nothing left. I am guarding the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate. Only those who submit to the devil spirit ancient country's imperial family can leave. Now that others have left, they deserve to be punished. The young man did not say anything and went through the gate, starting to chase after the escapees. With his strength, even if he fought against all of them, he would not be able to kill them easily, let alone chase after one of them. However, after he killed a few of the escapees from the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, he felt an aura. The young man raised his eyebrows and looked to the south. This aura directly attracted his attention, so he immediately chased after it. After a while, he caught up with the other party. This aura was left behind by Black Horn. Yi Xian, who was hurrying on his way, raised his eyebrows as he suddenly felt something. He immediately asked Black Horn to turn around. He saw a young man quickly approaching him. "You're the one who killed my pet?" The young man snorted coldly. Pet. Hearing this name, Yi Xian immediately reacted. Could the pet that the young man mentioned be the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate? If that was the case, this young man was the warden of the 9 levels of the Ghost Gate, who was also the crown prince of the devil spirit ancient country, He Jian. Chapter 1988. Did you kill Hellgate's Cerberus? The young man did not answer the question but asked again. So what if I did? Yi Xian replied coldly. Since you did, you deserve to die. The young man's eyes turned cold as he charged toward Black Horn. I'd like to see if you're as powerful as the rumors say. Yi Xian roared and summoned his sword celestial avatar. Together with Black Horn, they attacked He Jian together. Rumble. Both parties began to fight. Black Horn, who had the heart of the demonic dragon, was extremely powerful. Coupled with the sword celestial avatar, it was a headache for He Jian. This person has an impossible strength. Where did he come from? He Jian frowned as he thought to himself. The demonic spirit ancient nation was just a small ancient nation. There were middle-grade and high-grade ancient nations above it. However, he felt that even a high-grade ancient nation would not be able to cultivate such a heaven-defying existence. Could it be a dojo? He Jian thought for a while and felt that it was impossible. How could there be a disciple of a dojo in the demonic spirit ancient nation? No matter what, he had to capture Yi Xian first. He Jian is indeed the #1 genius of the demonic spirit ancient nation. He's much stronger than the Cerberus. It'll be difficult for me to get to the Red Dragon Ridge if I'm entangled with him. Yi Xian thought to himself as he prepared to use the time reversal skill to return to the past. Last time, he had only stayed for a month, and then he couldn't wait to kill the Cerberus and escape from the 9 levels of the gates of hell. This time, he planned to stay for a few more days and leave after he made a breakthrough. This way, even if He Jian came, he would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, if he did that, the reward of the random mission to rescue Prince Roan would be lowered by a level. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission. Successfully escape and escort Prince Roan to the capital of the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation. A system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian did not want to use the time reversal skill. My luck is good. Mission after mission. After a moment of joy, Yi Xian decided not to tangle with him anymore and turned around to leave. You want to leave? Stay. The young man exerted all his strength in an attempt to stop Yi Xian. However, he didn't know Yi Xian's background. Sword Immortal Avatar, go. Yi Xian controlled the Sword Immortal Avatar to leave, but his opponent thought nothing of it. He only attacked Black Horn. However, with the demonic dragon's heart and the Black Horn's physique, even if the young man was a second-rank Holy Emperor, he couldn't do anything to the Black Horn. He could only keep pestering it. After the Sword Immortal Avatar traveled for a while, Yi Xian suddenly used a switch to switch positions with the Sword Immortal Avatar. Following that, Yi Xian got his Sword Immortal Avatar to keep Black Horn into the devouring space before releasing him with his true body. The young man was astonished. However, he had not pursued the Sword Immortal Avatar because he could tell that it was a puppet. But now, Black Horn had disappeared and the Sword Immortal Avatar had appeared? He couldn't figure it out. Before he could react, Yi Xian put away the peerless swords and the sword immortal avatar disappeared. Damn it! Seeing this, He Jian couldn't help but curse. He then chased after Yi Xian to the south. At the same time, somewhere in the demonic spirit ancient nation. Humph, you want to catch me? You must be dreaming. Yi Xian snorted in his heart. He then glanced at the map and estimated that he would be able to enter the Red Dragon territory in about half a day. The Red Dragon territory used to be the demonic spirit ancient nation's territory. However, in the Purgatory battlefield, the Unicorn ancient nation supported by the demonic spirit ancient nation lost, so the Red Dragon territory was given to the Ashen Flame ancient nation. When Yi Xian entered the 9 gates of hell, the Red Dragon territory had already been taken over, so it was now the Ashen Flame ancient nation's territory. As long as he entered the Red Dragon territory, there would be someone to receive him. However, things weren't that simple. I'm finally here. After half a day, Yi Xian sighed in his heart when he saw the huge red dragon head in front of him. It seemed that he had completed his mission this time. He immediately released his sword's celestial clone, passed through the border checkpoint between the 2 nations, and then entered the Red Dragon territory by swapping positions. However, at this moment, what a powerful aura. Everyone, be careful. The general guarding the border suddenly bellowed. The soldiers squinted their eyes and saw that the newcomer was actually a sage emperor. At the border between the 2 nations, any sage emperor experts were not allowed to enter the other nation's territory unless they were invited by the other nation. The general guarding the border had not received any news, so what was the newcomer doing here? This sage emperor was He Jian, who was chasing after Yi Xian. He quickly flashed to the front of the Red Dragon territory's wall and said in surprise, "The Ashen Flame ancient nation's armor. What's going on? Who are you? Tell me your name." The general guarding the border shouted. "An ant-like existence like you is not worthy to know my name." He Jian did not say anything and directly attacked. As a 2nd grade sage emperor, he instantly killed the general who was only a 9th grade sage venerable. He Jian had been in seclusion somewhere in the 9 gates of hell, so he did not know that the Red Dragon territory had been assigned to the Ashen Flame ancient nation. Now that he had killed the border general of the Ashen Flame ancient nation, he had already caused a huge commotion. He did not care about anything else and directly entered the Red Dragon territory to continue chasing after Yi Xian. F***ck, this guy wants to start a war between the 2 nations. Yi Xian was shocked. However, the sword's celestial clone had already separated from him. Even if the other party came, it would be useless. Gu Tianlei, He Jian broke through the Red Dragon Pass. Yi Xian hastily sent a message to Gu Tianlei. This guy must not know about the Red Dragon territory. Delay him for a while, I will be there soon. Gu Tianlei replied. Although the other party could not do anything to Blackhorn, Yi Xian was too lazy to fight with him. He Jian, do you know that the Red Dragon territory is now the territory of the Ashen Flame ancient nation? Yi Xian suddenly shouted. What? He Jian was slightly surprised when he heard that. Since when did the Red Dragon territory become the territory of the Ashen Flame ancient nation? However, when he thought of the new border in the Red Dragon territory, he felt that something was amiss. He had already invaded the territory of the Ashen Flame ancient nation and even killed the border general of the Ashen Flame ancient nation. No matter what, you have to stay. He Jian's eyes flickered as he attacked Yi Xian again. F***ck, don't force me to use time reversal to kill you. Yi Xian scolded angrily. This time, he did not want to use time reversal. However, if He Jian was looking for death, he did not mind using it once. However, if he did that, he would not be able to complete his random mission. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. He Jian. The other party shouted angrily. When He Jian heard the voice, he immediately turned around. Chapter 1989. Gu Tianlei. He Jian couldn't help but shout. How could he not know Gu Tianlei, the favorite of the vicissitudes Flame ancient country's emperor? He Jian, you have invaded my vicissitudes flame ancient country's territory. Gu Tianlei said. When did the Red Dragon territory become your vicissitudes flame ancient country's territory? He Jian couldn't help but ask. The battle in the purgatory battlefield has ended. My vicissitudes flame ancient country won. Gu Tianlei replied. Now, He Jian understood. I don't know about that. He Jian replied coldly. Since that's the case, quickly retreat. Gu Tianlei said. No. He Jian glanced at Blackhorn and said, he killed my woman, so I'm going to capture him. Slave? Gu Tianlei was astonished when he heard this. Yi Xian killed the Cerberus of the Ghost Gate? When Gu Tianlei heard the news, he thought it was due to the help of an expert. He didn't expect it to be like this. This person entered my country to celebrate the festival. Naturally, my vicissitudes flame ancient country will deal with him. My vicissitudes flame ancient country will get to the bottom of this matter. He Jian, quickly retreat. Gu Tianlei said. He Jian wanted to speak, but in the next moment, he saw Gu Tianlei take out a communication token. Gu Tianlei's expression changed drastically. He Jian, although you don't know about this, you have killed one of my country's border generals. Since that's the case, I can only capture you. Gu Tianlei said. With just you? He Jian's eyes flickered. With just me, it's enough. Gu Tianlei didn't say anything and directly attacked. On the other side, Yi Xian immediately ordered Blackhorn to attack. He Jian couldn't do anything to him before, and now with Gu Tianlei, his chances of winning were much higher. Rumble. In an instant, both sides began to fight. However, it had to be said that He Jian was very strong. After all, he was the crown prince of the devil spirit ancient country. However, Gu Tianlei wasn't weak either, and with Blackhorn, He Jian was suppressed. It seems like there's no other way. Let's go. He Jian decisively turned around and left. It's too late to leave now. Gu Tianlei's lips curled up slightly. Hearing this, He Jian immediately turned his head and found that there were still two auras rapidly approaching. Including Gu Tianlei, there were actually 3 second-rank holy emperors. Bastard, you're trying to start a war between the two nations. He Jian shouted angrily. He could deal with Gu Tianlei and Blackhorn, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 more people from the other side to intercept him. This was going to be troublesome. Although you're the future emperor of the devil spirit ancient country, you can't trespass into my vicissitude flame ancient country's territory and kill my country's general. Naturally, I'll have to capture you and bring you back to the capital for His Majesty to deal with. Gu Tianlei's voice entered He Jian's ears. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in He Jian's mind. Could this be a scheme of the Ashen Flame ancient country? His goal was to lure him across the border? Bastard, you want to catch me? No way. He Jian cursed. Suddenly, his aura surged, scaring Gu Tianlei and the others into retreating. In the end, with a bang, He Jian's body actually exploded. He had self-destructed. Isn't He Jian a little too crazy? We're just trying to capture him. Is there a need for him to self-destruct? Gu Tianlei was shocked, but in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. No, that's just a clone, not He Jian's main body. He finally reacted. Previously, they wanted to capture He Jian to extort a sum of money. After all, He Jian had killed one of the vicissitude flame ancient country's border generals. However, He Jian's self-destruction was illogical. That was why Gu Tianlei checked carefully. Sure enough, it wasn't He Jian's main body. Speaking of which, Yi Xian had successfully sent Prince Rome to the vicissitude flame ancient country's territory. However, the random mission requirement was to send Prince Rome back to the capital. Hence, the mission had yet to be completed. Subsequently, Yi Xian released Prince Rome. Greetings, Prince Rome. Gu Tianlei and the others immediately cupped their fists and greeted Prince Rome. Rise. Prince Rome said. Then, his gaze fell on the Sword Celestial's clone and said, "This young man is young and capable. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to leave the 9 gates of hell. I must reward him handsomely." Gu Tianlei did not expect Yi Xian to be able to rescue Prince Rong. However, when he thought of Yi Xian's talent, he was a little speechless. Could this young man be a disciple of the dojo who came here to train? Gu Tianlei had some doubts in his heart. However, it was better to wait until they reached the capital. They immediately started their journey. In less than 2 days, Yi Xian arrived at the capital of the Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country. Ding! Host has completed the random mission. Reward, Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement 1 time. The system notified. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard the system's notification. The reward this time was really generous. The Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement would increase his combat strength by a lot. If he used the single Sword Celestial Ascension, the chances of triggering the one-hit kill effect would also be higher. Awesome! One should know that he had already upgraded the one with the sword and the Sword Celestial's Descent Advancement. From now on, he would need to consume 6 Devour points for every upgrade. In other words, this random mission was equivalent to 6 Devour points. However, if he wanted to continue upgrading, he would need 9 Devour points. Gu Tianlei and Prince Rong brought Yi Xian into the palace and met the Emperor of the Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country. Although the Emperor of the Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country was only a first-grade sacred emperor, he was adept at governing the country and was well-liked by the people. Confer upon Yi Xian the rank of first-grade consecrator. Bestow upon him a mansion in the palace and beautiful women. The Emperor of the Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country was not stingy. He directly rewarded Yi Xian with a lot of things that were enough for him to cultivate to a high-level sacred venerable. However, it was a pity that he was not interested in such things. Imperial brother, Yi Xian's talent is not something that an ordinary person can compare to. Don't you think it's too tacky to just give him these things? At this time, Prince Rong suddenly said. You mean? The Emperor of the Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country was stunned. If I remember correctly, the disciples of my Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country's imperial family will be heading to the Golden Feather training ground soon, right? Prince Rong said. That's right. Imperial brother, do you mean to let Yi Xian take one of the spots? The Emperor of the Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country asked. That's right. With Yi Xian's talent, even the top genius of my Vicissitude Flame Ancient Country will be overshadowed by him. He will definitely be able to obtain one of the spots and even pass the training grounds test. Prince Rong nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, what's a training ground? You don't know? Prince Rong turned around in astonishment. He thought that Yi Xian was a disciple of the training ground. Otherwise, how could he be so monstrous? Chapter 1990. Never heard of it. Yi Xian shook his head. Prince Rong was shocked. If Yi Xian didn't come from a dojo, where else could nurture such a genius? Fighting across 2 realms was simply too dangerous. If he joins the Golden Feather Dojo, he'll definitely become the most dazzling star of the Golden Feather Dojo. Then, our Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom will rise as well. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's Emperor, Prince Rong, and Gu Tianlei all thought so. At this time, Gu Tianlei explained to Yi Xian, both our Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom and Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom are established around the Golden Feather Dojo. The Golden Feather Dojo is a colossus. It's said that they have half-step Tao Lord experts. Of course, the Golden Feather Dojo we're talking about is just a branch established on the second heaven. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned again and said in shock, the second heaven, again, the heavens have a total of 9 heavens. The place we're at now is the first heaven, and the Golden Feather Dojo branch is at the second heaven. The second heaven is much better than the first heaven. The treasures, environment, opportunities, and so on are all incomparable to the first heaven. Prince Rong explained. The 9th heaven? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he'd seen such a thing. We don't know much about the 9th heaven, but it's said that the Golden Feather Dojo's headquarters is one of the top forces in the third heaven. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's emperor said. Then, what's the half-step Tao Lord realm? Yi Xian asked again. After the Sage Emperor realm, one begins to touch the heavenly Tao. Half-step Heavenly Lord, Invincible Heavenly Lord, and half-step Tao Lord is after the Invincible Heavenly Lord realm. This realm isn't something we can understand. The Ashen Flame Ancient Kingdom's emperor shook his head. I see. Yi Xian nodded slightly and stopped asking. After all, he was only a Saint Lord right now. After the Saint Lord, there were Saint Emperors, and Saint Emperors. He was too far away from that realm. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's emperor added, since that's the case, it's settled then. At that time, Yi Xian, you and the elites of our Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family will proceed to the Dao Plaza together to participate in the examination. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Xian thanked him. He originally thought that he was almost at the peak of the world, but he didn't expect that it was only the tip of the iceberg. But this was also good. He had only just started to warm up after cultivating until now. She wondered how powerful he would be when he broke through to that realm. After that, Yi Xian settled down in the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial palace. Due to He Jian's previous trespass, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country had pressured the Devil Spirit Ancient Country and demanded a sum of compensation. The Devil Spirit Ancient Country was a little sad. Not only were they forced to pass the 9 gates of hell, but He Jian's clone was also destroyed. It was equivalent to having one of their teeth broken. They could only swallow it. For the next period of time, Yi Xian rested in his own residence. As time passed, his cultivation continued to rise. 10 days later. Ding. Host has broken through. Currently, you are a 9th grade Saint Lord. Ding. Infernal God Unicorn, Wei Zhentian, Sky-Splitting Divine Ape, Devouring Black-Scaled Dragon. Currently, you are a 4th grade Saint Emperor. After breaking through, their strength had greatly increased. If the current Yi Xian were to go crazy, no one in the entire Ashen Flame Ancient Country would be able to stop him. However, he didn't lack cultivation resources now. Therefore, he didn't go berserk and destroy the entire Ashen Flame Ancient Country. At the same time, he couldn't be bothered to go to the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Soon, it was time. Today, the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's team was ready to set off. They were preparing to head to the end of the first heaven, where the path to the second heaven was. When Yi Xian arrived at the gathering point, he saw the elites of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family staring at him. I heard that the black dragon behind him has the strength to fight with the 9th stage prison warden, He Jian. That's too terrifying. Could it be that he was nurtured by a mid or high-grade ancient country? He will definitely pass the test and enter the Golden Feather training ground. We must curry favor with him later. Who knows, he might take care of us. These elites of the imperial family weren't old, but the strongest among them was already a 9th grade Saint Venerable, which just happened to meet the requirements of the Golden Feather training ground. Although the strongest was Black Horn, Yi Xian was definitely not easy to deal with since he could tame such a black dragon. Even if he was just a 9th grade Saint Lord, he still couldn't be underestimated. Indeed, if Yi Xian went all out, his strength wouldn't be any weaker than the old tree. Although he couldn't be compared to Black Horn, he could still deal with these elites of the imperial family. After all, he was a super genius that had passed the 18th floor of the Tower of Trials. If he had a little more time, he might be able to challenge the 19th floor. Whoosh! 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 At this time, a golden rock suddenly descended from the sky. There were several figures on its back, and Gu Tianlei was among them. This is the only Saint Emperor level Saint Beast in our Pale Flame Ancient Country. This time, it will be carrying us to the teleportation point of the second heavens. The elites of the imperial family recognized it. Alright, come on up. Gu Tianlei shouted. Then, the group of elites all jumped on the golden rock's back. However, Yi Xian didn't. Black Horn was 100 times stronger than this golden rock. Why would he need it to carry them? Gu Tianlei didn't say anything. He felt that Yi Xian's strength had increased a lot after 10 days. He was afraid that even he wouldn't be his opponent. Then, the group of people started to hurry on their journey. 2 days later, the group of people arrived at a teleportation point. The Golden Feather Training Grounds emissary should have already arrived at the teleportation point. When they were done with the teleportation, they saw the people from the Golden Feather Training Ground waiting for them. Greetings, emissary. Gu Tianlei immediately led Yi Xian and the others to greet the emissary. This time, the emissary was a middle-aged man. Although his appearance was ordinary, he didn't have the slightest bit of aura. So strong, he's at least a high-level Saint Emperor. Yi Xian's heart trembled. However, even a high-level Saint Emperor wouldn't be enough. After all, even the Second Heaven's Golden Feather Training Grounds branch had Heavenly Monarch Realm experts. Pale Flame Ancient Country, huh? Let's wait first. The emissary shouted. Gu Tianlei was stunned, but he didn't ask any questions. He stood there and waited. A while later, another group of people landed. When Gu Tianlei took a closer look, he realized that they were from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Your 2 countries are the last group, go. After the emissary finished speaking, he casually slashed at the sky. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. The sky actually cracked open. Go. Before they could react, they were surrounded by a mass of energy, and then rose rapidly. Chapter 1991. It turned out that the middle-aged man was not a high-level Saint Emperor, but a half-step Heavenly Lord. Only half-step Heavenly Lords and above could break the heavens and bring everyone from the first heaven to the second heaven without the need to go through a transmission formation. This is too terrifying. He actually has the means to break the heavens. Is this the strength of a half-step Heavenly Lord? Yi Xian looked at the dark surroundings and could not help but think. This was the space between the first heaven and the second heaven. There was nothing here. Yi Xian originally thought that they would have to pass through the starry sky. He did not expect that it would be complete darkness. Therefore, he thought that the universe might be after the 9th heaven. However, there was still a distance between the first heaven and the second heaven. Although there was an expert leading the way, they still took a few days to see the light. After a while, the second heaven were finally here. Yi Xian and the others' vision shook. The Saint Chi here was more than 10 times denser than the first heaven. Next is the initial test. Each of you will attack me once. If you meet the standard, you can join the Golden Plume Training Ground, said the Training Ground envoy. As soon as he said that, some people were puzzled. Why not take the test at the first heaven? What if they did not pass the test? Sir Envoy, what if we don't pass the test? Someone asked. If you don't pass the test, you can become a servant. If you have some achievements in the future, you can be promoted to a disciple, replied the Training Ground envoy. The test was very simple. It was to test one's attack power. Of course, everyone knew that the standard of the test would change according to their cultivation level. Then, someone walked out and attacked the dojo emissary. This was an 8th grade Saint Venerable, an elite of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country's imperial family. If he attacked with his full strength, he could kill a 9th grade Saint Venerable. However, to everyone's surprise, unqualified. After he finished attacking, the Training Ground envoy said. Such a powerful attack, but he did not pass. It seemed that the Training Ground was very strict in its recruitment. Then, a 9th grade Saint Venerable walked out and attacked with an attack that could threaten a Saint Emperor. Barely qualified. Hearing that person grinned. Then, the people of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country and the Devil Spirit Ancient Country walked out one after another and started attacking. In addition to the unqualified, the evaluation of barely qualified was heard. At this time, the first elite of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country walked out and attacked the Training Ground envoy. Boom! Although the attack was easily dispersed by the emissary, it still made him raise an eyebrow and say, qualified. Previously, it was always fail and barely pass. Now, he finally heard pass. However, behind this elite from the Ashen Flame Ancient Country was a young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Country. Who. That youth was only a rank 9 Holy Exalted, but his attacks were extremely powerful. Not bad. The eyes of the envoy lit up as he made a comment. That's right, it's clearly higher than passing. Strange, who is this? Why haven't I heard of him before? Me too, there doesn't seem to be such a person, right? Could it be a hidden genius of the Devil Spirit Ancient Country? The elites of the Ashen Flame Ancient Country were discussing in low voices. At this time, the young man from the Devil Spirit Ancient Kingdom suddenly turned towards Yi Xian and smiled. You smiled at me? What does that mean? Yi Xian was puzzled. He didn't recognize this young man at all. This was the first time they had met, yet the other party was smiling at him. What was he trying to do? Could it be that this young man was a freak with a homosexual fetish? Thinking of this, Yi Xian couldn't help but shudder and turned his head away. After a while, most of the people were done with the test. There were less than 10 people who barely passed. Yi Xian paused for a moment before he walked out. Rank 9 Holy Exalted, the envoy was a little surprised. The weakest among the people here was a high-level Holy Emperor. Now that there was a high-level Holy Exalted, would there be a surprise? Because this was a test, Yi Xian couldn't let Blackhorn make a move. However, his strength wasn't weak either. Slaughter form. Sword Immortal Descend. Single Sword Immortal Ascension. Yi Xian directly opened up his firepower and charged towards the envoy. Swish. With a flash of white light, the single-kill sword in Yi Xian's hand was caught by the envoy's 2 fingers. However, the envoy's expression was very interesting. A rank 9 Holy Exalted can actually display the combat strength of a Holy Emperor. The envoy was shocked. This was a battle that was more than a dozen realms higher. Even those elites just now were only 1 or 2 realms higher. However, Yi Xian was more than a dozen realms higher. Terrifying. Everyone present was scared out of their wits. At first, the people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation looked down on Yi Xian. But now, no one dared to do so. Yi Xian's attack had the power to kill most of them. Sword Immortal Descend has evolved once and its power has increased greatly. Fortunately, it didn't kill the envoy instantly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Yi Xian thought in his heart. He was a rank 9 Holy Exalted while the envoy was a half-step Heavenly Exalted. There was a difference of a few realms between them. If he could kill the envoy instantly, he would have to use up his lifetime of luck. I give this attack the highest evaluation, special grade. The envoy couldn't help but say. Once this was said, everyone was shocked. However, this evaluation wasn't enough for Yi Xian. After all, even the Golden Plume Palace wouldn't expect someone to surpass them by more than a dozen realms. Therefore, this evaluation was far from enough. What a terrifying attack. I'm 2 realms higher than him, but his attack is actually stronger than mine. Who is this person? When did such a genius appear in the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation? Could he be from a high-ranked ancient nation? Not to mention a high-ranked ancient nation, even the Golden Plume Palace wouldn't be able to find such a genius. Maybe he just cultivated a super powerful martial art. Once he breaks through, his ability to challenge those with higher realms will be greatly reduced. The people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation couldn't help but discuss in private. Even the people from the Ashen Flame Ancient Nation were the same. They didn't expect Yi Xian to be so heaven-defying. Before this, they didn't know much about Yi Xian. They only knew that Yi Xian's Black Dragon could fight with the Ghost Gate's 9th stage warden, He Jian. Who would have thought that Yi Xian's strength would be so strong? At the same time, among the people from the Devil Spirit Ancient Nation, there was a person whose eyes were emitting killing intent. It was the young man who was given a good evaluation by the envoy. This brat's strength is actually so strong. If he cooperated with me that day, I wouldn't have to run away. The young man thought in his heart. At this time, what's your name?